Good afternoon. Good morning. Depend on your time and your location. Where you are about to join Read Biafra TV at this moment. I am bringing to you a very wonderful evening from my location. And I must stand on existing protocol by sending a warming greeting to my president, Maazị Nnamdi Okwu Moinsa, from here. I will also stand by praising my Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. I will also salute my Prime Minister, Simon Ekpanjoko, Moinsa, from here, and all the Biafra armies and commanders, all the generals that are in forefront defending our territory and our people. I greet you all. And without wasting time, I must greet Oliver also as the first person who come here. Oliver, from me to you, good evening from here. It is evening where I am right now. So I greet you and I salute you. Thank you so much for looking out of us for this page. Maybe will come in this evening. You are the first person that dive in. So I appreciate you and I thank you for doing that. And I also say, may Elohim continue to bless you and protect you anywhere you are. Because this good news must be shared and preached to the people of the world, that those who have the good spirit, good heart, may see us and likely to join us to grant recognition that are very, very important at this stage, that our movement is going so deeply to the hearts of every indigenous person, both in the homeland and in the diaspora. So, as I greet you, I say, I welcome you, please. May you welcome one another by liking and sharing the program. That is how you can help this movement or this program to go viral. You know, we always come here with something different that you might not be able to be seen often and on. Our own way of sending this message is quite different from every other ways of people trying to send this message across. If you look at our headline this evening, you will see our capture on our headline. The countries in Africa that make their declaration, that's also got recognition, why the government is in exile, or the countries in the Africa that have achieved, that use exile government to achieve declaration and achieved recognition at the same time. And after all, they went back to their homeland to defend and protect their land. Peter, you are the second person. You are welcome. Thank you so much. I greet you from here. Good evening from here. Thank you so much for coming. So, we are going to go deep this evening with a lot of things that we will continue bringing out for you to know, or for the world, or for those who are making mockery of themselves about United States of Biafra government, like Jovika, and those that follow on his own category, that never understand what it means to have a new country under a standard of secession of independency of a new country. We are here to remind those one Nigeria list. We are here to remind IPO organization. We are here to remind Faces Unite. We are here to remind all these enemies of this, our declaration, to know that what United States is doing, United States of Biafra is doing right now, is what many countries have done in the past. You know, people do not understand that word, exile government. And we want to prove to you that over 17 or 27 countries in Africa use exile government with liberation war to get their independence and recognition in Africa. Also, there is those that they did not use armed struggle to get recognition, become a full country. The government now transition back to go and defend their people. That is why we're this evening to let you know that Algeria as a country have a government in exile in the year 1962 that achieved their declaration, and once they got recognition in 1962. Ethiopia as a country have a government in exile, function from 1963 to 1941 with a government in exile. Angola, 1975 with government in exile. Guinea-Bissau, 1973 to 1974. Mozambique, 1975. Namibia, 1990. Zimbabwe, 1980. Eritrea, 1993. I keep on counting many of them in Africa. Over 27 countries in Africa use exile government to restore their country that you are hearing today. Even South Africa use government in exile to restore the South Africa before the coming of Nelson Mandela with apartheid regime. All these countries I'm mentioning here right now are countries that got their independence, their government is in exile, made a declaration of their country. They even they use liberation army. Eritrea against Ethiopia with government in exile fought for 30 good years before they can be able to grant chief recognition through UN, and their government transition back in the home country to handle and begin to build the new country. Our problem of the so-called Nigerian people, is because of the disgrace Nigeria has put them into. No school history, no fast-checking education, no internet or research, no nothing, no lights, no good schools everywhere. This becomes a problem. That's when you see United States of Biafra government in exile, you make mockery of them, you cajole them, because you don't know that people in the past, in the present, has used it. And some of us have traveled to this country. Govt, their country, the government was in exile. That is why for you to have a new country, you must follow the criteria, the histories of those countries. India, their government, Maghandi, was in exile. Kenya, the government was in exile. Bangladesh, their government that declares Bangladesh as a country was in exile. That is why we're here today, to prove to you that because of lack of low internet, because of lack of good schools, because of no research, what's supposed to be something very easy for you to know, they make it hard for you to do not even know it at all. I want you people to come close as you join me. Please like and share the program. Please, it is very, very important. Like the program and share the program, because we are here to let the world know, or let UN to know, that Biafran people has declared their government in exile and working to, like what other countries did in the past, to achieve their country recognition and go back and take care of their country and build it today. That South Africa is a country, Ethiopia is a country, Angola is a country, Algeria is a country, Guinea-Bissau is a country, Mozambique is a country, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Eritrea. Name many of these countries. These countries I am mentioning here, they all have government in exile. Their government that make a declaration, the government that are ruling their people, they are all in exile and giving order. Some of them fought for 30 years with Liberation Army. And there is those who did not use Liberation Army to get recognition. There is those that the criteria of the USB government right now is what we are using now is what they used in the past and achieve recognition. After their government make a declaration, they go down. They stop using armed struggle. They sweep into diplomatical movement, political, legal, and the pressure under the international global community, mounting pressure to them. And what happened? The recognition now come. So we want to prove to you that as seen Biafran government as they are not serious, for you to know that they are more serious, more than ever you can think, in the approach we are using right now to get recognition for United States of Biafra to become a full country in the world. You must follow all these existing criteria. We must follow the template of those who are there before us, because the laws has been there before we Biafran people. Many countries in the past passed through what we are passing through today. I want one of these countries to be in your mind. Eritrea, that fought their way out from Ethiopia. It took them 30 good years. 30, they fought with Liberation Army. They are killing their military, they are recruiting their military, they are killing the indigenous, they are continuously until it confirmed good 30 years before they could be able to get recognition from the UN. This after they have made declaration, no, not when they are agitating, not when they are agitating. This after the declaration of a new country, like what people of United States of Biafra did in November 2024 by making our declaration. Remember, I said it took Ethiopia, it took Eritrea, confirmed good 30 years. They did not fall back after the declaration. After the declaration, they leave the name they used to make a declaration to go into work as a country. To do what? To work as a country. In the midst of them working as a country, they got their official recognition. They got what? Official what? Recognition. They did not use name like Eritrea used EPLF to fight, to gather people together as a structure. They moved their people in to queue in line and make a declaration. After the declaration, the government stand on the name Eritrea to fight, to push harder for the recognition to come as a country. That is why you must declare a country first before other countries will look at you. Because those that are going to recognize you, they are country on their own. They have passed that criteria that you are passing through today. Those that want to recognize us as people of Biafra must see us maintaining a name of a country, not the name of an organization that we use to make a declaration. After declaration, the names goes back. The name of a country surface, and you will use the name of this country or the documents that you are submitting to any authority. You will use United States of Biafra, like the way people of Ethiopia use their name Ethiopia in the year of from 1963 to 1941. That they make the official declaration. You will not declare and fall back. No. You will declare and move on with the name of the country that you are representing. You will do what? You will use the name of the declaration of your country that you are representing to be submitting documents anywhere you go. Not after declaring of United States of Biafra, you now dump it and fall back and be using bridge in Exile. No. We are not the first person who has used Exile government. And we are not going to be the last among countries in the world that have used Exile government in the past to achieve their declaration and their recognition, and they go back to build a new country. They call it transition. If IPOB organization know what it takes to make a declaration, they could have done that in the past. That is why Mazi Simon Ekpanjoko, the Prime Minister of Biafran people, said that we are declaring Biafra again to stand on the existing protocol of the declaration of Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu in 1960. 7 to 1970. That is why it's important for you to know who you are first and to know next thing to do. None of all these groups that claiming that are fighting for Biafra for you is over these years without a declaration of a new country, in whether in Exile or in the homeland. They are just causing civil unrest, and the international global community sees the legislation as unserious people that are not serious, as unserious people. The same as those that are making noise social media that could not people to rest. And the over long-term agitation without declaration makes you to look like amateur in the eyes of the international global community that you did not know the road to have a new country, because there is already an existing process or existing criteria or existing template you have to key in for you to have a country of your own. The more you delay, the more people's mind go out of the movement. But the quickly you declare the new country, the power and everything remains fragile in the people's eyes, and they will understand in their mind that it is a new country, really. We are here this night to let you know, for people like Jovika who use their hand to dig their grave, who cannot claim that he's in America, but he cannot come out to narrate how America got their independence, where he run to today, and how and what happened. How did America go into blood cold war with the North and South of America? But he's there talking, blowing from both of his mouth, using his hand to dig his grave. And he never knew how African countries, many of them that form government in exile, got recognition. Does it mean that these countries that have government in exile does not have saboteurs? The answer is no. You can't go to a new country without saboteurs. You can't get something good very easily. You must fight. Obstacle will be there for you. That is how Jovikas and those who believe in Jovika are obstacle to the movement of Biafran people. But the obstacle cannot conquer. Because the international global community understand that word, declaration, with a government in exile, that are effective, that submitting documents everywhere, that Biafra has been declared on November 20, 2024. And the most happiness or the most good news about it that is the person that declare it is the one submitting document by itself. That is how it's outlined every other people that claiming what they are not. Do you understand it? So, Biafran people, be strong and remain courageous. Remember, Eritrea fought their way good 30 years before Ethiopia would be able to allow them to move on. So for you who believe in the United States of Biafra, must exercise patience. If it happens that after our declaration, that our recognition will come after 30 years, are you going to stand? Are you still going to support the government? Are you still continuing giving your widow's smile, or are you going to shy away and start making on social media like you go 247 with them? Is it what we are going to do? I'm asking you questions that call for an answer this evening. I want us to think, to discuss within ourselves, to ask ourselves questions. Ask yourself this question. If our recognition is going to last more than what we expected, it's going to go up to 30 good years from 2024 to next 30 years, I hope you are going to stand. And you will continuously see what you will tell social media to encourage people more and more. If I may ask you, that is where the work it is. Also, it takes some Namibia. It takes Namibia from South Africa 24 good years before they can be able to finally get recognition and start taking care of their territory. Are you following? I also want to understand the rules that we are into now that we are no longer into armed struggle, which is the best thing that has happened to Biafran people. So the level of killing, the level of injustice, the level of things that they do to us will be released. So let all of us join hand to support United States of Biafra, we are declared by government in exile, led by Dr. Ngozi Araboeze. It is very important for us to do so, my people. Nobody will do it for us. It's only we can do it for ourselves. So I want you to know that over 27 countries in Africa have their government in exile. Because of they have their government in exile, does it make that Ethiopia is not a country to today? Ethiopia is first country in Africa that formed government in exile in 1963 to 1941. Please, can you help me and check from 1963 to 1941 how many years that Eritrea fought from Ethiopia? Or Ethiopia fought for them to get recognition, and why did the recognition come in 1941? From 1963 to 1941. How many years? Please, can someone help me? Is it how many years? Can someone help me to prove how many years it is in the comment section? From 1963 to 1914. You know what I'm asking. How many years is that? That is how many years it took Ethiopia for them to achieve their international recognition. That is how many years. So I'm asking this question again. How many years or what number it is between 1963 to 1914 that Ethiopia fought for their independence? Now also, you may also ask, what of Angola? What of Angola that got their independence from 1940 to 1962? From 19 what? You see how many years they all went through to fight before they can be able to get recognition. So you that want magic to happen for us to get our independence recognition, I want you to know that it's not working that way. It's not about prayer, but it is about the action. It is about the things we do in social media, how we create the awareness of the world, for them to know that the Biafran people has understand the criteria, and we are here to follow every criteria of the world to make sure that they did not give us any excuse this time around. My people, let no one be deceived anymore. Many countries has passed this way that we are passing today. So don't be panicked when we are passing through this way, because it is a time to checkmate everything that is coming, that is going out in our life. So let no one carry you away and scare you. The only Biafra government is the one to give you anything you want and how you want it. So as we are doing so, reminding those that fools, those inconsequentials, those that are making noise social media like IP organization, tell them that they don't know what they are doing, that they should come and listen. Let us educate them how a new country is being merged. It's not by having 10 people protesting and standing one place. No. The protest is no longer needed. What needed now is to channel our strength on the United States of Biafra declared government for we all to do what? To move into our country and to do what? To build our country in a way that nobody could ever imagine. It's part of the thing we have to do. So let us continue to remind you all these things as we go in small time to play the video or the voice of all this that's happening and what is the reaction of people. It's also why we are here. So that's why I want, yes. He said 44 years. Jennifer, thank you so much. Jennifer, where have you been for long? I hope you are good, my sister. I hope you are okay. Thanks so much for coming. From 1963 to 1941, not 1914. 1941 is what we are asking. 1941. I want it to be correct. From 1963 to 1941. Is that how many years? That people of Ethiopia stand and fight for the independence of their new country. In the history, they said that they fought against Ethiopia for confirmed 30 good years. Is what people fight with the liberation army. Every day there is arm. Every day there is something going on. Fight until finally the Biafran people got recognition and also trying to let the world know. We are letting America to know that we have met those criteria that Algeria met in 1962 that warrant you to give them recognition. We are letting you to know that that road or that Ethiopia warrant or they have met those criteria. The Biafran has overmade those criteria to become a nation. So we want to ask you, why? Or this self-determination of having a new country, honest secession is not for a black man. Why did you change the law? Because if you say that UN did not change the law, now that we have overmade those criteria, which they know, what is laying us? Or you want to delay us like what you did to when it's come to Eritrea, that it took them 30 years. So we are here this evening to ask or to remind you that we are not the first to use government in exile. That many Africa in the past has done that. Many Africa in the past used government in exile to achieve their declaration and also achieved their world recognition. And people in the homeland, some we are listening, the saboteurs refused. The same thing you are seeing today. That's why I told that all these laws, all these criteria, all this protocol cannot see us an end. We must pass through these criteria and this protocol before we are able to have our new country. So, as we are moving, let us go straight to read this evening. So please, bear with me. Bear with me. Yes, please hold on 1 minute. I'm coming. I'm coming, my people. There is where I want us to start from. So as you just join me, then you will cue in to understand what I am doing this evening. Please. Because it's good to come out with fact and figures, not just saying the way I want it. No. It is also about experiencing everything good about life we are living. So please, if you never subscribe on this page, I urge you to subscribe on my page, Read Biafra TV. Please, enable to do that. Listen to this.
That is an excellent focus area. While many African liberation movements had military wings, like the ANC's Umkhonto we Sizwe or the FLN's Armée de Libération Nationale, the political and diplomatic success of their governments in exile was often more critical to achieving independence than battlefield victories. The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, though associated with a major armed struggle, provides a powerful example of an entity that used its diplomatic and legal status as its most effective weapon, ultimately forcing the colonial power to negotiate. Case study: the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA. The GPRA was formed in 1958 during the Algerian War of Independence, 1954 to 1962, against France. While the FLN had an army, ALN, fighting on the ground, the GPRA's primary mission was explicitly political and non-military. It was the diplomatic arm of the revolution, operating primarily from Tunis. 1. Establishing legitimate statehood. The GPRA's main non-military success was establishing itself as the legitimate governing authority in the eyes of the world, effectively isolating France diplomatically. Recognition as a sovereign state. The GPRA was immediately recognized by a significant number of nations, particularly Arab and African states, and later by countries in the Eastern Bloc. This recognition was crucial because it allowed these countries to deal with the GPRA as an equal sovereign entity, not just a rebel group. The UN platform, the GPRA, successfully lobbied for the question of Algeria to be consistently placed on the agenda of the UN General Assembly. This annual debate kept international pressure on France, portraying the conflict not as a domestic law and order issue, as France claimed, but as a matter of decolonization and self-determination. 2. The diplomatic revolution. Legal strategy. The GPRA's most sophisticated and successful non-military strategy was its use of international humanitarian law, IHL. Ratification of the Geneva Conventions. In 1960, the GPRA formally ratified the Geneva Conventions, an act traditionally performed only by sovereign states. This served two purposes. 1. Asserting sovereignty. By claiming the right to ratify international treaties, the GPRA asserted its legal status as a sovereign government, challenging France's authority. 2. Weaponizing human rights. It put France on the defensive. The GPRA used the conventions to demand that captured ALN fighters be treated as prisoners of war, POWs, not criminals, and simultaneously exposed France's widespread use of torture and summary executions as war crimes. Outcome: this diplomatic revolution, as described by some historians, changed the narrative from France fighting terrorism to France violating international law, eroding French public and political support for the war. 3. Forcing negotiations. The combined weight of international pressure, UN resolutions, and the legal crisis created by the GPRA's diplomatic strategy made the war unwinnable for France politically. French President Charles de Gaulle, facing international isolation and domestic exhaustion, realized he could no longer refuse to negotiate. He was forced to deal with the GPRA as the political representative of the Algerian people. The subsequent negotiations resulted in the Evian Accords in 1962, which formally granted Algeria independence based on a referendum. Conclusion: the GPRA's success demonstrates that for a government in exile seeking external self-determination, the strategic use of international legal principles, like the right to self-determination and IHL, and aggressive diplomatic lobbying, can be a more decisive tool than military force alone. The GPRA's non-military strategy secured the legitimacy and recognition necessary to move the conflict from the battlefield to the negotiation table, which was the final step toward independence.
I hope you listen. I will play it again and allow it to roll. Before we go down now, start breaking it paragraph by paragraph so you can understand. And at last, in conclusion, after declaration of the Algeria has made the declaration with a group called GPRA. GPRA. That is the organization that Algeria government in exile used to do something protesting like IPOB organization when we are under IPOB protesting. Algeria did the same thing. But the question is, after the declaration of their new country called Algeria in 1962 or before then, did they stop? Did they continue using the name GPRA that the government is in exile? Do they continuously using it? No, the answer is no. They stop. The government in exile start answering Algeria government in exile, like what our DPM told us, or the narration of the complete exact example of what we are doing today. This complete example of what we are doing today, the Biafran people. What are we doing? We have made a declaration of what? United States of Biafra. The question is, after the declaration of the Algeria, did the people of Algeria dump Algeria name and continuously using GPRA? The answer is no. They immediately adopt the transition into a name of a country called Algeria that they use to achieve their officially recognition in 1962. So I don't know where our people are getting the ideology of the brain or all this thing they are doing social media. I don't know. Because when I go down to the history lane, I begin to ask myself question: where our people emulating or getting what they are doing, claiming government in exile, fall back? Okwundeba is no Igbo, no Marabo, ya legba anya n'odo. That is what Igbo adage teach all of us. If you're Igbo man, sorry if you don't hear what this one I said right now. The Igbo adage said, Obu no Ozo Amara Ozo, ya legba anya n'odo, omna kesi akpo. Omna kesi akpo ogele. Ndị ba wekwu n'okwu Igbo si, na oburu nwata ụzọ si ite, na-ebi ụzọ wee mkpọmkpọ ite. That is why our own case, we are going to follow the criteria of all these countries. And you had it here clearly. After Algeria declared their independence, they start using the name and they stop armed struggle. That is pattern of Algeria. When Algeria has never declared Algeria as a country, they continue with armed struggle. They continue fighting. Like what Mazin and the Kano, what Obatobia introduced. After them, Algeria make exactly declaration, start seeking for international recognition. What happened? They do ceasefire within themselves, like what United States of Biafra are doing right now. That we are no longer into armed struggle. Rather, we are into diplomatic, legal, and political pressure to get what recognition, like what Algeria did. In the first place, Algeria used armed struggle. They used the Liberation Army. But at a stage, when they want to push for the final point, what happened? They seized fire on themselves. They seized fire to use military to attack. The same thing Ethiopia did. So the same thing that Eritrea did against Ethiopia. In these 30 years of their fighting, agitating, they used self-determination external under military, under liberation military, to force for them to become a country. And immediately they make a declaration of their country fully. What happened? They cease fire again. That triggers UN to give the recognition as one of the country that after over long time agitation or protest, they have now come back to their senses to know they will know in this modern law of fighting for a new country under under external succession that you don't need to showcase military at all time. You don't need to showcase liberation military at all time. You need to showcase wisdom, intelligence. You need to showcase how peaceful you are without military. Because those that are going to grant recognition, they are also peaceful in their own right now. They are giving recognition. They are using military to give you recognition. Is that all these things works together? They are all working what together. What the Algeria did not do before the declaration was what? Referendum. But today, the Biafran people has conducted referendum with over 50 million votes. That is why our DPM told you that we are not going to conduct referendum again. We are not going to. We will stand on that existing protocol of the former of our self-referendum to achieve our international recognition, to stand there and move forward. So let the world know. Let Jovica, let all this inconsequential, all this frave making on social media to know that government in exile did not see us start. Rather, is not going to see Biafran people an end. I challenge Jovica to come out and stop deceiving people. Stop using his hand and digging his grave. Give us history. How America got their independence through Junior Martin Luther King. Can he do that? Only to do that, we shut up that his dirty mouth. That he used to come and broadcast trash. That he used to come and deceive people in social media. That is how Igbo man. That is how the Biafran people is a problem also. After Britain, after UK, the problem we are facing is an follow Biafrans. They are the problem that they also this movement also. But what chocolates them is our official declaration of the United States of Biafra. We are declared. In this history of countries in exile, in the history of exile government, the Biafran people are not the first, neither are we going to be the last. And let the world know, so far they are still giving birth in this world. A new country will continuously emerge. Because the more the population increases, the more people seek for their own rights and what they want in their own way. Under this secession of a new country, it is a right of a people to choose who will govern them and how they want their rights to be organized and how they want to spend or how they want to maintain their rights. That is why we are counting it for you today. Countries, both under colonial power, both under oppressor like Nigeria in Africa, that have got their independence from their fellow Africa with the government in exile. Ethiopia is #1 country in Africa. In 1963 to 1941, that used from exile government in Africa, entire Africa as a whole. Ethiopia was the first people that formed exile government under external self-determination called secession independency outright from existing country like Nigeria, like what Biafra people did in 1970. That's what we did today in 2024, November 29. I'm asking you, do you think that our own will be different, or do you think that asking for a new country is prohibited under international law? Asking for a new country, is it a crime? Jovica. Then why did the America form their own country independence? Why did America fought British for them to have their own country, Jovica? Jovica, why did the America fought British for them to have their own country? And as they are fighting, people are not dying. They don't have liberation army. After even America got their way out from British, what happened? Under colonial master of then, what happened? They fought internal Cold War. America fought within themselves. America, vice versa. The same thing that happened to Finland, between red and white Finland. When the white make a declaration, when Finland people make a declaration, those claim that they are red Finland people say no to the declaration. They start putting stumbling block like what you see Ogenkere, what you see President Sunai doing, what you see Sonny Akbarawa doing, what you see Jovika and all one Nigeria is doing. People have done it in the past. People have done it in the past. Just type on your phone what happened in Finland after their declaration in 1971. Ask that question and find out by yourself. It is everywhere on the internet. Ask, after American independence, do they fight a Cold War? I don't know why our people are so stupid and so foolish. They become enemy of their own freedom. And Jovika claim he's a pastor or a reverend father. I saw him in the morning praying for people, calling them of Jesus Christ. Who is Jesus Christ? Jesus Christ is a freedom fighter who fights to save our life. The Jesus Christ we are calling every day is a freedom fighter. If he is not a freedom fighter, he will never accept to come down and suffer and save our life. Like what Junior Martin Luther King did, what Magahandi did, what Rahman did, what Nelson Mandela, what Mama Gaddafi. Check the history very well. And you are criticizing Biafra government in exile. I am deeply sorry for you, because you don't know what is coming, and you don't know the meaning of declaration by government in exile, the authority and the power they has under international law of the UN Charter support external self-determination under secession of independence of a new country outright from the existing country. Please, if it's the first time joining us this evening, you will see a 3 dots in front of your screen on your right hand side. This way I am pointing my hand right now. Just click on that 3 dots. Click on that 3 dots. Then you will see like and share and subscribe on this page if it's your first time. A new country movement is not prohibited. It's not abomination. Okay, let's assume that Biafra has never been declared before, and the people of Eastern region start asking for a new country of their own. Is it a crime? Jovika, why did you run to America now if Nigeria is good for you? All of you who are in exile today, talking trash about re-declared of Biafra, but you're another man's country. Why can't you go back and base in Nigeria? I want to know that what we are doing today, level where we are, is where Ethiopia was in 1963 to 1941. It is where Algeria was in 1962, Angola 1975, Guinea-Bissau 1973 to 1974, Mozambique 1975, Namibia 1990, Zimbabwe 1980, Eritrea 1993. These are those that you form exile governments before us, and they use it to achieve their country. They call it transition. Once a government in exile use a name of of the structure make a declaration, they will now jump in, start answering a name of that country that is in the document that they are submitting to the world, because you will not submit another name on the document of declaration, and why you are answering another name. So anywhere you check yourself, it must be that name that is in document is what you are bringing out and addressing yourself with it, because the name you give yourself is what they are going to call you. The international global community are not the one to give you name or to endorse a name for you. They are not the one to come and command you to make a declaration of a new country. You on your own, under this external of self-determination, has the right to declare your country, and they will stand on that protocol you give to them to recognize you as a sovereign state. These are the things that are most important for us to know now about government in exile. It's a time to talk about it. It's a time to know that in Africa, what of South Sudan? What of Sahara, the Democratic Republic right now? I don't know the countries in the world, in Africa. We are not even talking about Asia. We are not talking about Europe. We are talking inside Africa. For you who is doubting and making mockery of yourself in social media about United States of Biafra government in exile, that after our declaration, that we must transition into using the name of United States of Biafra as a country. Why we are still in exile, like Ethiopia? Like, do you know that before the apartheid regime, that South Africa was in exile? Their first government that declared South Africa independence. Do you know that? Do you know that in the history line, that all these countries in the past was what? They are a country. They are in their government that to restore South Africa before apartheid regime of Nelson Mandela, there was in exile. The people of Mandela, after arresting Mandela by South African government, people that make apartheid regime to happen, they all went into exile again. That is why when you look at our people swallowing in ignorance of misinformation, they will be proud on it. Claim they are talking, and why you are misleading people in social media. Why they are there misleading people in social media. Please share this program. Let it go viral. I want to play this history again, and how IHL, how Geneva Convention and the UN Charter supports all this that these countries has done in the past. So today, are they going to see us and change? Are they going to see us and change, and this law will not work? It can take us time, like the way it has taken Eritrea from Ethiopia. It takes Namibia 24 years to get their fully independent from South Africa. Our own case is quite different from their own. Do you know why? Because we have been declared, Biafra has become a country that exists only under 3 years during the time of our war with Nigerian government. Only that alone has changed our status. That is why we make real declaration. We reclaim our rights back. So our own is not going to last 30 years. It's not going to last 24 years. It's not going to last 10 years. It's not going to last 15 years like every other countries in Africa who never make a declaration for the first time. Who was the first time they are making in all together was 15 or 10 years before they can be able to get their recognition. And they become a full country in the world. Do you think that this history will see us and change? So, for Biafran government to stop armed struggle is the best thing. Our government of the United States of Biafra has banished armed struggle, working on 3 major criteria of the international global community. That's political, diplomatic, legal. Number 4, mounting pressure on social media to let the world know that Biafra has been redeclared and we have met all the existing criteria of a full country that are seeking for recognition. That is why what we do in social media this time around must matter so much. How it draws attentions of the countries of the world for them to know what we are doing. Listen to this again before we now go into deep analysis in a common, whether wrong English or good English. So far you understand it. Listen to this.
This is an excellent question that goes to the heart of how non-state actors and governments in exile achieve their goals using soft power and international law, particularly when they cannot rely on military force. A government in exile, GIE, fighting for external self-determination without a significant military wing, must rely almost entirely on diplomacy, legal strategy, and mobilization to gain recognition and pressure the state in control. Here are the key strategies a government in exile can employ, using the UN Charter's principle of self-determination as its legal foundation. 1. Diplomatic and UN advocacy. A GIE's primary goal without an army is to move its case from a domestic political issue, secession, to an international legal issue, self-determination. Lobbying the UN General Assembly, UNGA. The UNGA, not the Security Council, is the best forum for self-determination issues. The GIE lobbies friendly states to introduce resolutions that affirm the people's right to self-determination, condemn the denial of this right by the incumbent state, call for UN monitoring, e.g., a special rapporteur or fact-finding mission. The success of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, in securing UN resolutions and African Union membership is a prime example of this strategy. Gaining partial recognition. The GIE seeks recognition from individual states, especially those that have been historically supportive of self-determination, e.g., Algeria's support for SADR. This diplomatic recognition, even if partial, confers a degree of legitimacy. Seeking international legal opinion, engaging bodies like the International Court of Justice, ICJ, for advisory opinions. This strategy aims to secure a legal ruling on the status of the territory, which the GIE can then use as an irrefutable legal tool in all future negotiations. 2. Legal and constitutional governance. The GIE must act as if it is already the legitimate, recognized government, establishing the framework for the future state. Drafting a constitution and laws. By proactively creating a democratic constitution and a foundational legal code, the GIE demonstrates that it is a responsible and functional alternative, not just a protest movement. Issuing diplomatic documents. The GIE may issue passports, driver's licenses or visas to its nationals in exile. While these documents may not be internationally accepted by all states, they serve to establish and maintain the legal identity of the people and the state. Commitment to international law. The GIE publicly declares its commitment to and ratification of major international human rights treaties, like the ICCPR, ICESCR, etc. This contrasts the GIE's modern, rights-based approach with the potentially repressive practices of the incumbent state. 3. Diaspora and information mobilization. A GIE without military power must rely on its people, both at home and abroad, to maintain pressure and visibility. Diaspora engagement. Mobilizing the national diaspora to lobby their host governments, raise funds, and maintain cultural identity. The diaspora acts as a global political machine for the GIE. Investigative reporting and documentation, systematically documenting human rights abuses, political repression, and economic exploitation by the incumbent state. This evidence is crucial for gaining leverage in international forums and arguing that the people have been denied internal self-determination, thereby justifying the claim for external self-determination, secession, as a last resort remedy. Information warfare. Maintaining a sophisticated media and information campaign to ensure the international community and the home population are constantly reminded of the GIE's cause and legal legitimacy. 4. Economic and financial autonomy. A GIE must show it can manage the economic interests of its nation. Control of assets. Attempting to gain control or legal access to state assets held abroad, e.g., embassy accounts, historical funds. Economic diplomacy. Lobbying international bodies like the World Bank or IMF to withhold or restrict aid to the incumbent state, arguing that such funds are used to suppress the rights of the people. Trade agreements. Symbolic. Signing symbolic, non-binding trade agreements with sympathetic international businesses or regional governments, which serves to legitimize the GIE's political authority over the economic future of the claimed territory. By focusing on these 4 non-military pillars, diplomacy, governance, mobilization, and economy, a government in exile can effectively use the legal mandate of self-determination to build a compelling case for independence, slowly eroding the incumbent state's legitimacy without firing a single shot. Would you like to examine a case where a government in exile achieved success primarily through non-military means?
Are you following? Government in exile. Now remember here, they bring in those that did not use military. They bring what? Countries that use and those that did not use military to achieve the recognition of their new country. That is why you have to, when you don't know what the government is doing, don't say a word, remain silent. Because the government of the USB are maintaining all these UN charters and all the charters of this world that leads to getting a recognition for a new country. Please, if you are just joining us, the only good thing you need to do more here is to like this program to go viral. For those doubters from us, those one Nigerians who never believe in what we are doing, that there is a law that is very strong that back it up. If it's your first time coming, there is a 3 dot in front of you. On your right hand side, this way I'm pointing my hand. Click on that 3 dots. Like the program for the history's sake, so you may know this, and as you are knowing, you are sending to others on your contact to know. You know, the Nigeria that means a death sentence to every indigenous people today deny us access of knowing history. Because I could remember, I was in JS1 when they abolished history in school in all Nigeria. Nigeria was that country that have a mind, abolish history, extract history out from the school. That is how you know Narumere. That is how you know that Nigeria is not a country without history. If you claim one Nigeria, can you tell us the history of your one Nigeria? How you come across the name one Nigeria you are answering? Can you explain, can you accept amalgamation of 1914 by a white man? Can you? I will allow this to play again. Then after this playing right now, then we will do what? We will go into analysis, because it is very important to bring our own history in right now into the law and the existing histories that are there before we make our official declaration of United State of Biafra. It is very important. It is very important. Listen again.
This is an excellent question that goes to the heart of how non-state actors and governments in exile achieve their goals using soft power and international law, particularly when they cannot rely on military force. A government in exile, GIE, fighting for external self-determination without a significant military wing, must rely almost entirely on diplomacy, legal strategy, and mobilization to gain recognition and pressure the state in control. Here are the key strategies a government in exile can employ, using the UN Charter's principle of self-determination as its legal foundation. 1. Diplomatic and UN advocacy. A GIE's primary goal without an army is to move its case from a domestic political issue, secession, to an international legal issue, self-determination. Lobbying the UN General Assembly, UNGA, the UNGA, not the Security Council, is the best forum for self-determination issues. The GIE lobbies friendly states to introduce resolutions that affirm the people's right to self-determination, condemn the denial of this right by the incumbent state, call for UN monitoring, e.g., a special rapporteur or fact-finding mission. The success of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, in securing UN resolutions and African Union membership is a prime example of this strategy. Gaining partial recognition. The GIE seeks recognition from individual states, especially those that have been historically supportive of self-determination, e.g., Algeria's support for SADR. This diplomatic recognition, even if partial, confers a degree of legitimacy. Seeking international legal opinion. Engaging bodies like the International Court of Justice, ICJ, for advisory opinions. This strategy aims to secure a legal ruling on the status of the territory, which the GIE can then use as an irrefutable legal tool in all future negotiations. 2. Legal and constitutional governance. The GIE must act as if it is already the legitimate, recognized government, establishing the framework for the future state. Drafting a constitution and laws. By proactively creating a democratic constitution and a foundational legal code, the GIE demonstrates that it is a responsible and functional alternative, not just a protest movement. Issuing diplomatic documents. The GIE may issue passports, driver's licenses or visas to its nationals in exile. While these documents may not be internationally accepted by all states, they serve to establish and maintain the legal identity of the people and the state. Commitment to international law. The GIE publicly declares its commitment to and ratification of major international human rights treaties, like the ICCPR, ICESCR, etc. This contrasts the GIE's modern, rights-based approach with the potentially repressive practices of the incumbent state. 3. Diaspora and information mobilization. A GIE without military power must rely on its people, both at home and abroad, to maintain pressure and visibility. Diaspora engagement. Mobilizing the national diaspora to lobby their host governments, raise funds, and maintain cultural identity. The diaspora acts as a global political machine for the GIE. Investigative reporting and documentation, systematically documenting human rights abuses, political repression, and economic exploitation by the incumbent state. This evidence is crucial for gaining leverage in international forums and arguing that the people have been denied internal self-determination, thereby justifying the claim for external self-determination, secession, as a last resort remedy. Information warfare. Maintaining a sophisticated media and information campaign to ensure the international community and the home population are constantly reminded of the GIE's cause and legal legitimacy. 4. Economic and financial autonomy. A GIE must show it can manage the economic interests of its nation. Control of assets, attempting to gain control or legal access to state assets held abroad, e.g., embassy accounts, historical funds. Economic diplomacy, lobbying international bodies like the World Bank or IMF to withhold or restrict aid to the incumbent state, arguing that such funds are used to suppress the rights of the people. Trade agreements, symbolic. Signing symbolic, non-binding trade agreements with sympathetic international businesses or regional governments, which serves to legitimize the GIE's political authority over the economic future of the claimed territory. By focusing on these 4 non-military pillars, diplomacy, governance, mobilization, and economy, a government in exile can effectively use the legal mandate of self-determination to build a compelling case for independence, slowly eroding the incumbent state's legitimacy without firing a single shot. Would you like to examine a case where a government in exile achieved success primarily through non-military means?
Now, we are not going to explain this until tomorrow morning when we come back. Now, we want to go into the real headline you see on my capture. In Africa, countries that has used government in exile to achieve the name, the independence, the recognition of their country today in Africa, both old and new. Those that have their governments that bring their country is in exile. That's the Biafra government in exile of United States of Biafra are not the first, neither are they going to be the last. That's what you see that the governments were doing, or what Obatobie, the template, is the existing template of all these countries. You can hear, as I'm mentioning them right now. A country like Ethiopia was the first country in Africa that formed government in exile in 1963 that leads into their independence recognition in 1941. Ethiopia, first ever in the history. Then Algeria, from 1962 go on to backward. Angola, 1975, government in exile achieved a country called Angola. Guinea-Bissau, 1973 to 1974, 2 years or 1 year, like people of Amazonia. So like people of Bangladesh. Mozambique, 1975, go on. Namibia, from South Africa, 1990. Zambia, 1980. Eritrea, 1999. This is people, countries in Africa, and many of them that use government in exile, authentic government in exile. Their government in exile when they were fighting colonial masters and when Namibia is fighting South Africa. Like what Biafran people are doing today, fighting against Nigeria to have our own country. The Namibia government that handle these affairs of these people, the government is in exile, in Africa. What of Eritrea? What of South Sudan? What of Sahara Republicans today? These are countries that their government is in exile and they achieved their countries in the past. This is old and new. And do you think that when all these countries have government in exile that's fighting to leave South Africa, people of Namibia, those who believe in that name Namibia, they were fighting to leave South Africa, that they did not have saboteurs? They did. They did. Many of them, Namibia wiped away all the saboteurs. After the grand recognition, they circled them and throw them out of their country. Namibia. Check the history. Check history of Namibia. 1990. Go and check. So you may understand what we are doing here this evening. To prove to you that the United States of Biafra government, that what they are doing is what people has done in the past. And check all these countries, about 8 or 10 have mentioned this night. They all have government. They all used government in exile to achieve their country. One by one. This is what the one that we're going to explain this night.
That is an excellent focus area. While many African liberation movements had military wings, like the ANC's Umkhonto we Sizwe or the FLN's Armée de Libération Nationale, the political and diplomatic success of their governments in exile was often more critical to achieving independence than battlefield victories. The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, though
Algeria Republic, they call them what? GPRA. The name they use for the first time forming to agitate like Mazen and Kano using IPOB as organization. Like Simon Ekpa forming Bridge in Exile. These are the structures they are used to move forward, to continue on transition until they go to the day they make declaration of their new country, and all these names are there in brackets. These names will be there in brackets. Why the country name supersedes all of them?
associated with a major armed struggle, provides a powerful example of an entity that used its diplomatic and legal status as its most effective weapon, ultimately forcing the colonial power to negotiate. Case study: the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA. The GPRA was formed in 1958 during the Algerian War of Independence, 1954 to 1962, against France. While the FLN had an army, ALN, fighting on the ground, the GPRA's primary mission was explicitly political and non-military. It was the diplomatic arm of the revolution, operating primarily from Tunis. 1. Establishing legitimate statehood. The GPRA's main non-military success was establishing itself as the legitimate governing authority in the eyes of the world, effectively isolating France diplomatically. Recognition as a sovereign state. The GPRA was immediately recognized by a significant number of nations, particularly Arab and African states, and later by countries in the Eastern Bloc. This recognition was crucial because it allowed these countries to deal with the GPRA as an equal sovereign entity, not just a rebel group. The UN platform. The GPRA successfully lobbied for the question of Algeria to be consistently placed on the agenda of the UN General Assembly. This annual debate kept international pressure on France, portraying the conflict not as a domestic law and order issue, as France claimed, but as a matter of decolonization and self-determination. 2. The diplomatic revolution. Legal strategy. The GPRA's most sophisticated and successful non-military strategy was its use of international humanitarian law, IHL. Ratification of the Geneva Conventions. In 1960, the GPRA formally ratified the Geneva Conventions, an act traditionally performed only by sovereign states. This served two purposes. 1. Asserting sovereignty. By claiming the right to ratify international treaties, the GPRA asserted its legal status as a sovereign government, challenging France's authority. 2. Weaponizing human rights. It put France on the defensive. The GPRA used the conventions to demand that captured ALN fighters be treated as prisoners of war, POWs, not criminals, and simultaneously exposed France's widespread use of torture and summary executions as war crimes. Outcome: this diplomatic revolution, as described by some historians, changed the narrative from France fighting terrorism to France violating international law, eroding French public and political support for the war. 3. Forcing negotiations. The combined weight of international pressure, UN resolutions, and the legal crisis created by the GPRA's diplomatic strategy made the war unwinnable for France politically. French President Charles de Gaulle, facing international isolation and domestic exhaustion, realized he could no longer refuse to negotiate. He was forced to deal with the GPRA as the political representative of the Algerian people. The subsequent negotiations resulted in the Evian Accords in 1962, which formally granted Algeria independence based on a referendum. Conclusion: the GPRA's success demonstrates that for a government in exile seeking external self-determination, the strategic use of international legal principles, like the right to self-determination and IHL, and aggressive diplomatic lobbying, can be a more decisive tool than military force alone. The GPRA's non-military strategy secured the legitimacy and recognition necessary to move the conflict from the battlefield to the negotiation table, which was the final step toward independence.
I hope you paid attention and you listened carefully. Please, before we further go more, please, if you never like this program, I urge you to like the program for a reason. For those who do not understand where we are, to use this history if they remove hatred, envy, jealous inside their life, so they can be able to understand and copy from example of those who has been there before us. That's what they told us. There is an existing protocol. They will not see us and change the law. Even though to deny us does not mean defeat. It can only be delayed, but it can never be denied. Once we have met these criteria under these international laws, they must come to do what? To recognize the people of Biafra whenever they like it. As we continue to push and mount, the most important thing is for us to mount our international pressure on them, both UNO, both everywhere, for them to know, make it official that Biafra has been declared, that we have met every existing criteria to become a new country, that what is holding them to give us recognition. These are the areas we have to checkmate in the world right now, for them to know how prepared we are, that we are no longer what they think, but rather we also changing the internal struggle to what? To external and the political authority for other countries to join us into the movement that we are into. That's why I said, I urge you, if you never like the program, please endeavor to like the program and share the program. Now, as we are going into our explanation, in case if you want to call to contribute or more information on what we are doing, you are free to call me on number +9 7 3 60 51 337, only on WhatsApp. The number again is +9 7 3 60 51 337. That is the number to call if you decide to call at any time as the program is moving ahead. Please, you are free to call. We will start from the beginning to do our analysis, so you may be able to understand it proper and plain, what we are doing and why the Biafran people must continue to push like every other countries in the world push, and they got what they are looking for. The main thing is to do not stop on the movement that you are into. Once you stop, it becomes a defeat. If you do not accept that defeat, or did not accept no victory which that Nigeria use corner way to stop the movement, nobody today could have been talking about Biafra, because we could have achieved it before this day. This is a pure truth that are into what we are doing. So please, as you join me, I urge you to like and share the program. Please, it's very important that you like this program, for other people, for other Biafrans, to even those who are having their doubts in the government, to understand that this is the legitimate government. Only that one. There's no two ways about it. There is no two ways about it. You can have it here. The government of Algeria, that's in exile, that's made the declaration of Algeria as a country, is the one that they give recognition, not those who are claiming who they are not. We must understand level where we are, and like I always said. And how can we understand it? If you are not paying attention, we might do not understand it, but the more we pay attention, the more we understand the level that we are into. The more we research, the more it puts us on the right track, the more you continue having a strong mind into what we are doing.
That is an excellent focus area. While many African liberation movements had military wings, like the ANC's Umkhonto we Sizwe or the FLN's Armée de Libération Nationale, the political and diplomatic success of their governments in exile was often more critical to achieving independence than battlefield victories.
I hope you're listening. Many countries in Africa, why their government is in exile, they use military wing. Jovika and those who are calling up Simon Ibabadine, Maznande Kanu, and Gozo Rabeze. African countries who that their government in exile, there is those they continue using military until they get recognition, until UN come and ask for ceasefire. And that those that are carrying that military and liberating their people in Africa, what was their job? And who was those that they are buying? They are buying the military of those that don't want them to be free. What Biafran people are passing through today, we are not going to be the last, or we're either going to be the first. So, I want to understand it here, that they have what? Military, armed wings, here and there. How do you think our own is going to be different? And how, because of this movement of having military, did their people, even though they condemn them, does it stop them from getting recognition as their country today becomes Algeria? The answer is no. Their sabotage, their stupidity did not stop when it is a due time for the country to be granted recognition. It does not stop it at all. It doesn't stop it at all. So stop deceiving yourself. You are wasting your time. Rather, a delay is not a denier. There is a difference between delay and denier. Instead of you to deny someone, delay it. After the delaying, what will happen? The main thing will surface. That is what happens in front of you, and you has never known that this is exactly what is going to happen and how it is being going on in the world. They say this is an excellent focus on the area of government in exile with arm wing, and those are not into arm wing also. There is those that they use arm wing to achieve the recognition. There is those that did not use arm wing to achieve their own, and they become a full quantity today. Their people was also casgetting them. But because of people like Jovika casgetting what we are doing, putting every allegation of what happened in Nigeria to our DPM's head, does this stop after the declaration of a new country? Does this stop recognition? The answer is no. They see them as rebel, insurgency. They see them as those who hate the freedom of their people. Okay, let us assume that Biafra was never been declared for the first time. And because of all that is happening in Nigeria, the people decided that they want to have their new country. Is it abomination? Does law prohibit that? Law supported it. Law call it the UN Charter, Article 2 in bracket 4, call it remedial succession under external. That people are free to have their new country, to govern themselves. Jovika and all of you who are against our declaration, I am sorry for you, because the lack of history that you don't know is your problem. The lack of the UN charters and articles you never come across to read on your own is your problem. Their selfishness is your problem. Your envy, your jealousness, you are greedy, your ego, all are what is bringing all of you down. And let me tell you, because of what you're doing in social media, it does not divide attention of the international community once they do time for Biafra to organize once again. That is why I said, stop using your hand and be digging your grave. All of you who believe in one Nigeria, and those that are into autopilot, those in the so-called organization of IPOB, those that are claiming that they are fall back, all of you are wasting your time. Because after people of Algeria make the declaration, they did not fall back. Rather, they used the name they used to make the declaration to purchase for their international recognition as existing state. That other existing country will give recognition as a state, not as a group of people.
The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, though associated with a major armed struggle, provides a powerful example of an entity that used its diplomatic and legal status as its most effective weapon, ultimately forcing the colonial power to negotiate. Case study.
Listen, the provisional government of the Algeria Republic, GPRA. See, once we grab our recognition, you see this name bridge is not going to be thrown out. It's going to be always in brackets. Once you mention United States of Biafra were declared, bridge is involved. This is the pure truth that we all must understand. The name they use to achieve it when they are an organization must always be in brackets. Though associating with a major armed struggle, providing a powerful example of entity that use its diplomatical and legal status as its most effective weapon, ultimately forcing the colonial power to negotiate. Algeria use multiple dimensions. They are into armed struggle. They are into diplomatic movement. They are into what? Political. They are into what? Legal. They use 5 things at a time, the way they want to use it. And there is those that did not use it. And there's a stage the Algeria reach, they stop many things and focus on the real deal, my people. So, it is a high time that we all know the truth, that the truth will set us free, and this truth is very bitter. Please, if you are just joining me, there is a 3 dot in front of you. Click on that like the program. You can also share the program. There is a 3 dot in front of you. Click on it, it will open. You will see, like, and share. Share the program to other people to know that we are live to explain this history that's been hiding from us. If I may ask you, since you joined the Biafra movement, do you know about how Algeria used government in exile and how they used this government in exile to grant recognition? They call them what? GPRA is the name they call them in brackets. A major armed struggle provides powerful example of an entity that use its diplomatic and legal status as its most effective weapon, ultimately forcing the colonial power to negotiate. Let me tell you, do you think that these people that are in Africa fighting as in exile, that none of the people was being arrested? There was. It's also part of why they have to negotiate. That is also part of the reason why they did what? Negotiation. For their people to be released and for them to move forward. Let's continue.
The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA. The GPRA was formed in 1958 during the Algerian War of Independence, 1954 to 1962, against France. While the FLN had an army, ALN, fighting on the ground, the GPRA's primary mission was explicitly political and non-military. It was the diplomatic arm of the revolution, operating primarily from Tunis. 1. Establishing legitimate statehood.
Let's hold it here. The GPRA was formed in 1958 during the Algeria War of Independence in 1954 to 1962 against France. While the FLN had an army, ALN fighting on the ground, the GPRA's primary mission was to exploit political and the non-military struggle. It was the diplomatic arm of the revolution, operating primarily from Tunisia. Algeria government was in exile. We are in Tunisia. Starting from 1954, 1958 to 1962, they are in exile in where? In Tunisia. They are in exile where? In Tunisia. That is where the Algeria government have land soft-landed, for them to from them to Tunisia to fight for a new country called Algeria. But Mazen Khan was in Kenya, and Nigeria went to kidnap him by committing international law crime, and UN covered it and covered their face because it's coming from a black man. If it is a white man, you would have answered. There is things that are in here that you must understand. That's why I told you, when this history is playing, record it so you need to answer any of them. You don't need to use your mouth. For the you are government in exile and you are there, have you seen how many countries in Africa use the same government in exile to achieve their movement? Our own, is it going to be different from other people's, the way they got their independence? The answer is no. That is why today we have government in exile who are proven effective of being a government to protect the Biafran territory, conduct election, issuing passports, sending messages to MIF, and all of them inclusive. They said it is a primary mission that Algeria, now after the declaration of their independence with a group, they don't want armed struggle anymore. They want to get it under diplomatic, legal, and the political movement, no military way. And you are couldn't go to rebel because of you are not seeing woto. Then you start supporting the movement. Here it's here. Did Algeria get recognition without this armed struggle? The answer is yes. They fully got their recognition immediately in 1962. Once they make a declaration, they used some years to do agitation. And the proving that the agitation is not the end point and the agitation is not the solution. What is the solution? They went down to make the declaration of the government in exile. My people, I hope you are following. I hope, because our people don't like to hear such a thing. But for here, this is all I can do. I can't have my time to be or Rama or all this. No, those who are doing best on it, like Mazi, Humble Lion, he's doing his best on that. So, Algeria government was in exile in Tunisia, starting from 1954 to 1962, which is how many years, people? My people, can you check for me? From 1964 to 1960 to 1962, please, how many years? Can someone remind me in the comment section? So you will see how many years that this government is in exile. Like people of United States of Biafra, we declared the government is also in exile today. What did they declare? They declared their country, but they are in exile. They are in Tunisia, make declaration of what? Of Algeria. They are in exile and make what? The declaration of what? Algeria. The same way the Biafran people went to Finland to make what? A declaration of the United States of Biafra as a country. And you are there talking trash with your mouth. Kemi, the Yoruba woman, has told you that you people that are talking trash, you did not understand the meaning of what the Biafran people did on November 29, 2024. Go and listen to that Yoruba woman. That's not a Biafran. Let she educate you. If the education I'm giving you is not enough for you, go and let her to educate you. Listen to her program. That is how what we did is how other countries in the world achieved their own recognition, become a country in Africa. Over 20-something countries in Africa follow this road. The first country in Africa was Ethiopia. In 1963, Ethiopia used government in exile to achieve and fully become a country once the revolution landed in 1941. So, why are you angry? Because you are not the one that make a declaration. That is why you are angry. Or because you never believe that the declaration of Biafra will happen. That Biafra will be declared again. That is why we are calling on the international global community to adhere to what they did to people in Africa in the past, to give it to us right now. It is our time. You give it to Namibia. You give it to Ethiopia. You give it to Algeria. You give it to Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Eritrea, and what, and continuously all of them in the past, and in the president of South Sudan, of Sahara Democratic Republic. You give all these people. So why what is it wasting time? Or do you want us to waste time? 30 years that's Eritrea waited when they are waiting for Ethiopia to give them their recognition and freedom. Is it what you want us to do again? Our own case and their own are not the same. They have never gone into war for the first time. They go into war for the first time and shift their country. The Biafran people are going into second time of this first time again. That is why we choose what? Non-armed struggle, like people of Namibia, so like people of Algeria, so we can be able to grant our recognition. Like people of Govt. Many countries in Africa in the past passed through this way that we are passing through today. So what is your problem? That we are passing through this way today. Why are you envy? Why are you jealousness? Why the greediness in you is wiping you out? It's something I don't know. Something you can do. And you won't be happy when someone who knows how to do it for you. Your envy, your ego is continuously killing you because you never research for one day. That's why I'm giving all of us work. Go and research. Go to your phone, type. How did the people of Namibia got their independence from South Africa? They will tell you, and they also give you the year. Go. It's no longer a time to be talking trash social media. And you are using your hand to dig your grave by proving that you are sabotaging the declaration. You are wasting your time, because in due time, the declaration must be there. The recognition must be there. Once we are not into armed struggle, everything will work in our favor.
The GPRA's main non-military success was establishing itself as the legitimate governing authority in the eyes of the world, effectively isolating France diplomatically.
Do you hear that? The GPR's main non-military success was established itself as the legitimate governing authority in the eyes of the world, effective isolated France diplomatically. Do you hear it? That when they stop armed struggle Algeria, when they succeeded to establish their government, that the stopping armed struggle make them the establishment itself as the legitimate governing authority in the eyes of the world. Now that USB has stopped armed struggle in the eyes of the world, they know that this is the legitimate governing authority. That is how they see us right now. Is it not better for them to see us like this? Is not a good thing for us? If I may ask you, is it not a good thing now that the world has seen us, that we are no longer into armed struggle? They are seeing us as people that are very peaceful in their movement, seeking for what? International recognition. Those that are going to recognize us, they are not going to use army or military wing to recognize us. Rather, they are going to use their political democracy way to give us what? Grant us recognition. So for you to get that, you must walk like them, you must act like them. That's why they said, when you go to Roma, you behave like a Roman. That is where we are. And nothing can change it. Nothing can change it. Nothing can stop it. Algeria used non-armed struggle to do what? After the declaration, after a declaration of a country called Algeria, they stopped armed struggle with their government in exile. They work with diplomatic movements, political, legal means for them to achieve their country. That is what they did in the past. Do you think that our own is going to be different from what others has been achieved? No. That is why it is good for you to look at those that have been there before you. That is why you must know that look at this criteria of Algeria, exactly what the government of the United States of Biafra is doing right now. Exactly, no difference. What you see them doing is what our government of the United States of Biafra is doing. Drop arm struggle. Let everything be okay. And they did that, my people. Do you think that establishing Algeria non-armed struggle movement delayed them? No. It did no longer delay them again. Rather, it facilitates their movement for them to get recognition. This recognition must come from the international global community. They all got their own international global community recognition. Like what we are now, they become a full country on their own. So, it is very important that you, as a person who claim you're a Biafran, to know what's required for you to achieve a new country. And if I may ask you, between where we are now and going back to form another group to agitate again, to start making a declaration, is it not better to join the moving trend, the existing one already, to make it easy for the recognition to come? I don't know what is in your mind, but if you are where you, what I will do is to join this UAB government in all they are doing, so I can be able to go home and rest. What do you think? Let's continue.
Recognition as a sovereign state. The GPRA was immediately recognized by a significant number of nations, particularly.
There's something I want to grab here. Recognition as a sovereign state, not recognition as what? As GPRA organization. No. Recognition as sovereign state. The GPRA was immediately recognized by a significant numbers of nations. That is an abbreviation. The Algeria government, the Algeria country, was immediately. That is why it lasts for 1 year. After they have stopped armed struggle, next thing under 1 year is their official recognition by existing countries. You had it here. I'm not the one saying it. Why I'm playing this voice is for you to know that I am not making up the story. It's not my story. That is what is on a written document that you only need to take the time to find out. Then you can be able to join the movement and also participated in the right track. That the government has made a declaration is the only legitimate government. That immediately they stop and struggle, they are welcome into the community. That is why today we are making to let UN to know. We are trying to let Algeria, we are trying to let Ethiopia, we are trying to let Namibia, all these countries in the world, both Asia and Europe, to know that the Biafran people has really declared and that we have an effective government, that we have met every criteria to be a nation. We have met all the criteria to be a nation, to recognize us the way. Now that the Biafran government has dropped armed struggle, do us as you do Algeria. Grant us the way you grant Algeria. Is all we're asking you. Despite Algeria fighting under colonial master of France, what of Ethiopia? What of Eritrea? What of Namibia? Give us recognition the way you give Namibia. In 1990, give us the same thing. Why is it taking time from you? Now that we have moved out from anything called armed struggle, outrightly, we are no longer using armed struggle anymore. We are now seeking for diplomatic, political, legal, and the pressure with social media. That is why we are here to calling on UN, calling on EU, Africa Organization, ECOWAS, all of you, America, US, Sweden, Canada, Australia, Russia, Korea, all of you to join hand, grant us recognition that we stop because our declaration of unity of Biafra is the solution to to the ongoing genocide that is going on in Nigeria. The abomination, the atrocity. But before I furthermore, I want to let you know one thing. All this of Boko Haram happening in Nigeria is to prove right of Biafran people that we are right. It's all this while. God is bringing Nigeria to an end because Nigeria has gone beyond repair. God is trying to let the world know that the Biafran people are right, that we are the solution to this problem that Nigeria is facing right now. Granted recognition. We are not the one killing people. We only use under self-determination law of the UN Charter, Article 2, bracket 4 of external succession. The people that want a new country outrightly from this existing death sentence called one Nigeria that can no longer work. The center of Nigeria cannot hold, because if it is hold, that means that God is a liar. That all that God has shown Master Kano is the God is not saying the truth. So for this to happen, for Biafra to become what they are going to be, Nigeria must put inside this mess they are today. Nigeria must be banned in many countries in the world. That name Nigeria. Yes. That is why only Biafra is the only hope. Biafra is the only hope for every black man in the world, in Africa. And Africa will rise. The world will know that keeping Biafra down is keeping Africa down. Once Biafra is being recognized, Africa will rise again. The light will shine because we are coming from the rising sun. The rising sun is down. That is why there is darkness everywhere. Once this rising sun is up, there will be light in all Africa. They know that allowing Biafra is to build another America in Africa, because we are going to take over and we are going to stand on the right of every human being with equal chance, with equalness, fairness, equity. So someone like me, I am praying every day for Nigeria, for Boko Haram to is the Mexican agenda to continue to facilitate their movement. So they will see that what America saw that made them to put Nigeria on a country of particular concern is why Biafran people make a declaration of the United States of Biafra as the solution to end this impunity that is going on. You know how America rushed to every country in the world with their power, number one, to stop what is going on. Stop fighting, stop war. Why is he waiting for us? Why delaying us? Why delay? The delay is causing the delay. The delay of recognizing Biafra is also to prove us that we are right. Why we make a declaration under the self-determination of the UN Charter, Article 2, Paragraph 4, in bracket 4. Secession. External, not internal. I explain internal in the morning and the external in the morning. External is people that want freedom outright from the existing country. You know, if you come where we are doing this, you will not see many people because our people lack ability of reason to know history. We only believe in what we know, and we continuously, on that legality of only that things we know, we continue saying it. Why that thing is not what we needed at this moment that we're into. My own is that I must bring it out. I must send this message to the world. I must let you know that's why are they delaying recognition now that Biafra is no longer, the government sees anything called armed struggle. Why? Why is it taking them time to grant recognition? Why is it much time to them? Why are they not answering us very fast? Recognition of a sovereign state. You see how they address it. Recognition of a sovereign state of where? Algeria. The GPRA was immediately recognized by a significant numbers of the nation, particularly Arab and African states, are later by countries in the Eastern region. They immediately got recognition because of what? They are white, they speak Arabic. Is it why? Okay, if it is why did the African people also recognize them immediately? After getting recognition, immediately they stop armed struggle. They become a member of the UN and they grab all their recognition. They said immediately. The question, why our own is it playing so hard? Or do they never knew that we are no longer into armed struggle again? The world, the UN, Russia, Israel, are you saying that our document is not in your office? Are you not watching how they are killing us, that we are no longer into armed struggle? Are you watching? And you're keeping silent. So ask, what is our offense? Why that why that things that work for any other countries in Africa is not working for us? Is it because of our color? This your law of the UN Charter, does it prohibit some people to the law to work for them? Or does it work only for you people as white people? We need an answer. If you claim there is no racism, if you claim that you are into this movement to make sure that everybody has an equal right. Honestly, we must continue because their silence cannot stop us. We must take it by force to them. That is why you need to come to social media to put your voice into what we are doing, so the world may understand it very well and why we are doing what we are doing. My people, if you hear where our people are now in different platforms, the same thing they said yesterday, that is what they repeated saying. That is what they like to hear. They run away from the truth. That is how the truth is keep on deceiving all of us, fooling those, because when you refuse to know the truth will fool you. You will only continuously misbehaving, and you think you are doing it right. It is a right of people to form a government in exile that are going to transition to make a declaration of a new country and work with the name of the declaration of a new country until they grab their international recognition, like people of Algeria.
Particularly Arab and African states, and later by countries in the Eastern Bloc. This recognition was crucial because it allowed these countries to deal with the GPRA as an equal sovereign entity, not just a rebel group. The UN platform, the GPRA successfully...
Do you hear something here? The recognition was critically because it was allowed these countries to deal with the GPRA as an equally sovereignty entity, not just rebel group. If you did not make a declaration of a new country with the government in exile, when they did not make a declaration, stand on the mandate of that declaration, they see you as what? A rebel. But when you make a declaration with your government in exile and stand on the mandate of that declaration of a new country, they said, what they said? This recognition was crucial because it allowed the country to deal with the GPRA as an equal sovereign entity, not just a rebel. Not what? Just what? A rebel. It now becomes the right of the people of other country. You had our declaration of the United States of Biafra, maintaining that name, proving to the world that we are not rebel. But when you declare and fall back, you become a rebel. I don't know how people are here listening. I don't know, because our people don't like to hear such message. If the picture of Adado Arama is all over this platform, and they will all full here. If they see the picture of Sane Aprawo Genkere, they will gather here. But because of this our message, they will not come. They will disappear. They like where they will go and talk about one particular people, instead of where we will come together to put political pressure on the person of the world in our comment section. That's why I said I don't know why other people are still here or they are not. I don't know who is listening, who is not listening. But the truth that this is social media, the message might fly to you next 6 months. The matter is that I have sent this message across. That is the most important part of it. Because everything that we are doing is a time for us to speed up what we are doing. Please, if you are watching me, if you are listening to this program, you never like the program, please endeavor to like the program. Endeavor to like the program. The like, there is a 3 dots on top of your screen. On that 3 dots on top of your right hand on top of your screen, click on that dot to open. You will see like and share. If you don't want to share, just like the program to let others know that we are live and we are direct this evening. Please, I urge you to do that. I urge you to do by liking the program. So please, don't be stingy of just liking the program. Don't be stingy. In Africa, Algeria is a country. They have government in exile. Ethiopia is number 1. They have government in exile. Angola is a country. They have government in exile. Namibia is a country. They have government in exile. Eritrea is a country. They have government in exile. Govt is a country. They have government in exile. Go and check the history. There is many governments in exile in the past and in the present. That is why the Biafran people sit down to know, to follow the real template of the world so that we can be able to grant our recognition as soon as possible. Without our declaration of USB, they say that we are just making noise in social media. Do you want us to continue making noise if you are falling back? If you are an autopilot? Do you want us to continue falling back? When did you want Biafra to become a country is the question. When do you want Biafra to become a country? These are the things that you need to consider within yourself to know the road you are following and what you are doing. It is very important into what we are doing this evening, into what we are starting doing from over some days right now, to bring you to your notice, for you to be proud of your government in exile. That is what people like Ethiopia used to achieve their country. That is what people like Algeria used to achieve their country. That is what people like Angola, that is what people of Guinea-Bissau, that is what people of Mozambique, that is what is Namibia, Zambia, Eritrea, Govt, many of them like that. They use government in exile to achieve their awards, their independency of their country to their people. And let me remind you this, that like I said, all that is happening in Nigeria need to happen to prove the rights, the prophecy of Nnamdi Kanu being fulfilled by Chukwu Okabiam. If those things, all this that happening in Nigeria right now, killing, Boko Haram taking over, ISWAP, Lakorowa, trying to Islamize all of you, the words of God that came from, the word that came out from Chukwu Okabiam through the mouth of Nnamdi Kanu will never be true. So, and you know that God said, Chukwu Okabiam said, instead of his word fulfilled, may this heaven and earth pass away. And he don't want heaven and earth to pass away. That is why he gives the message to people that are going to deliver it. As Nnamdi Kanu is delivering, Obatobi is delivering, do you kill in line just to kill? Or are you here to make sure that you support the movement to achieve what they're supposed to achieve? It's a question. So, it is very imperative if you do so by liking and sharing the program. It is very imperative if you can like and share the program. I think by now nobody's listening again because this is no issue of Radio Aramma. This is no issue of again. That is what our people value so much. That is not when we are debunking ourselves, fighting ourselves. But when it comes to the history that we need to know, so you can be able to come out fully and support your government, you run away from it. These are countries in Africa that have used government in exile to make a declaration and it protects the mandate of the new declared country of Algeria with those people, and they become one government under the new state, not under the organization state, not under the organization, rather under a new state. That is why when you come, when they want to mention the history of how you get an independent or how you get recognition, they will put the group you use in brackets. You see, or they in brackets. Now they will now use the name of the country to go on. Why do you think that all is going to be different from other people? It can never be different from other people. It can never. Please, as you join me, please, your comment is important. Like I said, our line is open. In case if you want to call to help and lighten up what we are doing, you are free to do that this evening on number +97 336051 337. That is the number to call in case if you decided to call us. It is very important to do so because your calls always encourage us to do more. Your call always give us strength. That is why it is important on a program like this for you to call and take the mic over from us. Biafra as a country in Africa must become a reality. The way that Namibia becomes a reality when the people started the movement and they went into exile. The way South Africa, the main authentic South Africa before the apartheid regime, they fought, they went into exile. Algeria was in exile in Tunisia. Many countries like that, there was in exile. They don't even 1, 2, 3, 4 countries. Some of them even trying in Africa, when they say they are no longer safe in Africa, many of them run into London. The London that blocked Biafra recognition is the one that helped many Africans to achieve their own country. They secure them, give them protection of their life. But when it's come to we, they refuse to do that. They refuse to do that. In everything that we are doing, we must follow existing protocol. Listen to this update before we continue.
Greetings, my wonderful people. Welcome back again to Princapon Media. So, my people, I am back again with another latest update. Yes, so very, very important for all Biafrans to watch this video to the very end. Most especially in this critical moment, my people, a lot they go on in Nigeria. We don't see, say,
Nigeria has become a hotbed of terrorism across the African continent. It breeds terrorists that come to attack, spread across the Sahel region. It's a home of people who go abduct the children, the small, vulnerable children whose parents take to school. We want to speak up our minds. Threats have been given to the people who speak up our minds. It is a country that does not listen to any court orders in the world. It is a country that detains, abducts, rendition people. It detains in collaboration with people, with governments in Europe, with Finland, to detain people who speak their minds out. It detains people who tell the world that there is something wrong in Nigeria. Nigeria is a state that needs rearrangement.
Exactly.
Nigeria is a state that today, the whole of West African Sahel region, the Sahel states, must be careful if we want stability. Nigeria must rearrange itself. The president of Nigeria and his family and the caliphate that ruled this great country that was coined by Captain Lugard in 1914 to last 100. Nigeria is a country that trades like a company on the stock exchanges of the world.
Are you hearing it?
Nigeria breeds corruption for the whole entire Africa. The state that has fallen to pieces. I want to take this opportunity to thank, from 2016 onwards to date, I have dedicated my life in fighting for the human rights for the people of southeastern Nigeria. Now there are many people in the belt, there are many people in the plateau region, in the middle belt, where they have been hit so hard,
yes, sir,
by jihadists who have come down to kill, maim, occupy the lands of the people of the Great Plateau, the southeast. They are heading down. The world needs to pay attention to these new Fulani jihadists who have left their homes with cows, with cattle, occupying the homes of the people. Today, the people of Biafra suffered inhuman treatment, killings, slaughter, maiming young children, young boys, taken by the military that would have supported and protected them. Today, I stand firm to tell the world that I am on that front line to make sure that there are constitutional legal arrangements that will help this nation, that will help Biafra, that will help the people of Biafra to stand firm. My journey is painful. My journey is anguishable. I have anguish. I struggle with pain. I carry the burden for the future generation of these people of the southeastern Nigeria, where oil, gas is taken away while they remain poor, polluted, with polluted water, polluted oxygen that they take in and suffer the diseases of mercantile capitalism that has been planted for almost 400 years to 500 years. The companies that engage into this exploitation have never bothered about the human rights. The human rights of the people of Biafra, the human rights of the people now that need help. The Christians murdered day in, day out. The moderate Muslims murdered day in, day out. The country is in slumber. The president is busy sleeping, enjoying what he has accumulated wrongly, corruptly. But the people have died. The people continue to die as we speak. People's children are abducted as we speak. People's children are abducted. You take your child to school and then you expect to get your child home. You find terrorists that have been incorporated in the same system of Nigeria coming to take your child, and you find no child. Today in this West African state where I stand firm, like Nkrumah said, for Africa to unite, we must first fight. We must get ourselves together. For Africa to be stable, we must get ourselves together. I call upon the Sahel region. I call upon all countries in West Africa, South Africa, East Africa, to stand up like a Nyerere. I stand up like a Nyerere did. Several years ago in 1967, Nyerere stood up and said, I recognize Biafra. Nigeria cannot work anymore. Impossible. Impossible. It can't. The North doesn't know the South. The South has been very, very damaged, killed, maimed, slaughtered. Over 7 million people were killed in 1967. Today, millions have disappeared. Many are in exile, looking for asylum in Europe. The same European countries molested them. The same European American states want them out. Where will these people go? They need a state that will guarantee their safety, a state that gives them integrity, a state that gives them dignity, a state that gives them what a nation would be on planet Earth. Today, millions and millions, over 80 million people in the Southeast, as you celebrate and rejoice and look at the values, the horizons, the valleys, the sunshine that shines in that land. The younger generation looking at me, big history, that one day, very soon, salvation is coming. Salvation is coming.
Yes,
because
sir.
Mr. Tinubu cannot manage, cannot change the situation. Which country is this that the president allows the younger children, women abducted 300, 200, 1,000, 400? How many are going to be abducted, Mr. President, before you act? Everybody has spoken. Obasanjo has spoken. Everyone has spoken. Told you there is something wrong. We can't leave. International community don't see this. They are blind. They are rushing to countries like Tanzania, throwing sanctions here and there. I oppose. I stand firm as the vanguard of opposition against such Western hegemony policies that fragment Africa for the sake of mercantile companies. Total Oil, Shell BP, you are draining oil, but you see the land from where you are draining oil polluted. The people there are killed day in, day out. You don't make any noise. We lost many. This generation won't go down without talking. We shall call you out. Therefore, I take this opportunity to congratulate you people, the people of Southeast, the Biafran people, that salvation, the people in who support the Christians that are being molested, tortured, killed, slaughtered, 200, 300, abducted, whose churches are being burned. I take this opportunity to encourage you that freedom is on the way.
Yes, sir.
Freedom is coming. For those who think it's a joke, just keep it going. You stand and travel. The horizon is near. The signs are in the sky. Look at the signs. The signs are there. You can see they are coming. They are coming. It is coming. The freedom is coming. The freedom is coming. And that freedom will give you the impetus to stand on your own. I call upon the friends, those who have assisted, who continue to assist as I travel on this anguished journey, as I move up in East and Central, South, West Africa, trying to call upon Africa to rise up and see the value of human rights and see how Nigeria has failed, and make sure that we galvanize the support that other countries have given. I call upon the useless African Union to pull up its socks. It has done nothing, documented nothing for the last 9 to 10 years. There is no record in the African Union Security Committee that shows how many people have been killed in Nigeria, in Biafran territory in the southeast, and Nigeria as a whole. Why have you been blind to these human rights abuses? The African Union, have you been a conspirator? Have you conspired to destroy the people of Southeast? Ambassador Bankole, why have you done this to your own people? Ambassador Mohammed Amina Kole, why have you done this to your own people? Ambassador Mohammed Amina, the United Nations Assistant Secretary General, why have you done this to your people? Why haven't you spoken on behalf of your people? Why have you left your people to be killed and you don't tell the UN that there is a problem. Why? Why have you betrayed your
Because
own
they
people?
give her money.
The blood that flows
That is why
in
Muhammad are
any of
keeping
you
silent.
flows in those abducted, taken. Can Madame Amina of the United Nations tell me she doesn't see the abductions? She doesn't see the abductions of the children, of high-grown females, children abducted. A mother? Are you a mother or not a mother? Are you?
But she's not a mother.
Dr. Amina Mohammed of the United Nations, are you a mother? Do you see the children taken away by terrorists, men, women, slaves, taken away, killed, some touched, slaughtered, defiled, raped? Do you see and you stand there, you tell us you are the Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Bure Kabisa, Bure, you are useless. You cannot even defend your own people from butcher. They are being butchered by the terrorists. Trump, you have given us a lot of rhetoric. I see some style of change. You are trying to change to be convinced. You can even get this oil if this Nigeria is rearranged properly. Yes, you can get it the way you want. Help them to rearrange it. The oil is yours. Why are you waiting? Why are you just talking without hitting these terrorists? You know
Exactly.
the imagery. The state is collapsed. Nigeria is no state. It's a country without a country, a state without a state. Institutions collapsed a long time ago. Come on. Let's be honest. What in Nigeria are you talking about? I want to salute you people, those who know what I am doing, what I do. Keep it on. Keep the prayers. Salvation shall come. Very soon, we shall be there. Thank you very much from the capital city here of Pan-Africanism. I sit here overlooking the ocean. I sit here overlooking the wind of Sahara blowing down. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your independence. One day, the reality is soon coming, inch by inch, soil by soil. We are there. Long live my people. Long live the people of Biafra and the Southeast. Thank you. I want to tell you that I have not kept quiet. I want to finish what I'm doing and go back to open an inquiry, a serious inquiry in Nnamdi Kanu. I want to address this issue. The issue was taken out. Some people somewhere slept on the journey. We should have pressurized the government of Britain, and we should now form ourselves around the issue of and go back where we went wrong, correct, and we start pressure legally that Mr. Nnamdi Kanu was arrested with a British passport, a British national, renditioned, not arrested, abducted, renditioned, carried, taken away at night, beaten, molested, injured, kept in incommunicado, without medicine, without, he will I don't know how he will survive. And here we are.
So my wonderful people.
Yes, so thank you, my people.
Bye.
Dr. Masanga, we thank you for all you do, and we continue to thank you to do more. On behalf of the people of Biafra, under United States of Biafra, we are working with. We are hearing your voice, and your message is sinking so much. So we must continue to thank you. We must continue to appreciate you and ask you to continue doing more for the people of Biafra that are seeking for recognition. That is only one thing that we are looking for. To have our own country that's under UN Charter. It is our right. People of Southeastern region. It is our right to have our own country. UN has support over this. So they will not see us and change. We want to know if US can see Biafran people and change. What if the law can see us and also change? That is why we are here to also bring in history of African countries that has got their independence the same way that we, the Biafran people, are moving now. Remember, we use Algeria, Ethiopia, Namibia as point of contact. Those that they have got their independence through a government in exile that make a declaration of or use liberation war to get their own country, and today they are one of the countries that you need to look at their history, how they were gotten their independence in Africa. Over many 20-something countries in Africa have government in exile. That is how they achieved their independence as a country. So our own, and those who are making mockery of what we are doing, we know it. That is how they said, had I know comes at last. You who is making mockery of the United States of Biafra government in exile of USB, making mockery of it. Had I, you will cry, had I know. You know, it is like play. Mazda kind of going to where he is today. The level he takes the movement. It is under your watch, like also play. Simon Ekpa put Biafra on the walls to also produce the map of Biafra and the 40 states that's the matter of Biafra. It's like play to you. It's also going to be a play to you. It's also being a play to you. We make our official declaration that generates authentic documents that we are presenting to the world, that carries the grievances why we want Biafra as a country. You're also going to be here. The recognition will land. Because some people in Namibia never believed that Namibia would be a country. Some people in South Africa did not believe. Some people in Angola never believed that Angola will be a country. When they use the name they used to fight for all of them. People of Namibia, when people of Namibia using an organization called SWAPO to fight to make Namibia to become a country, they did not believe in that. The same way we never believed that we will use bridging government in exile that make declaration of the unity of Biafra right now to achieve recognition that Biafra become a sovereign state. They play. They deceive yourself. Continue doing yourself more harm than good. Continue doing yourself more harm than good. Continuously doing that to yourself. Because had I know will come at last. When you will cry, we brought you in social media and put you into, and let the world know who you are. And thank God that the world know that when a new country is being declared, there is going to be many rebels. But having rebels will not stop the declaration of the new country to achieve their international recognition. That is one thing that is more sacrosanct. That is one that was very important into what we are doing. We are go back to the history of African countries that achieve recognition with when the government is in exile and they make a declaration, and today they are all existing country like Ethiopia, Angola, Algeria, Guinea-Bissau, Namibia, Zambia, Eritrea, Mozambique. All these countries achieved their recognition from exile. They all achieved their awards recognition from exile. Nobody will tell you that because they don't want you to know the history. They don't want to know that. They don't want it that we prove that what United States of Biafra is doing is right. No. But we are here to, after you had this, what are you still waiting for? After you have listened to this, after you have heard about all this, what are you still waiting for? Continuously fooling yourself and thinking that you're getting it right, where you're on the right track. For those who claim they are Reverend Father, they are pastor, they are not talking about Biafra, but they will preach you about Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is a freedom fighter who died, who fight. He fights Satan to save you today. And he died because of you, because of us. Later rose up. That is why I'm telling you that Jesus Christ is a freedom fighter. That is why he can fight. That is why he can go through all the torture that he went through. But what happened? He continues carrying your load on his shoulder until he delivers all of us. And you tell me you are a pastor, you are this, you are that. John Smith, good evening from here. Thank you so much. We are calling on all of you to talk to your government that the only solution to what is going on in Nigeria, that Nigeria has become a failed state. The meaning of Nigeria right now is a death sentence to every indigenous person. It's only Biafra recognition that we end this ongoing genocide, that we end the video I want to show you right now. Do not go. Wait for a little bit. So you will watch this video and see why Biafra recognition, that now that Biafra has made a declaration that that is what will save us. That is what will save the whole entire world. John Smith. This is what will save every country in the world. Only Biafra recognition is the only solution that will end the impunity that is going on in the world, that will end this ongoing genocide that is going on. Grant us recognition. Talk to your country. The recognition of Biafra, recognition of the United States of Biafra is solution. That is the only thing that we are lacking right now. We have met every criteria in the world. We have met every criteria to be a new nation. Look at Nigeria and what is going on today. And also that Nigeria has been designated on a country of particular concern. The same thing that we put a country on CPC is the same thing that leads to self-determination under external, not internal, of secession, to lead to independency of the people to have their own country. That it is our right under UN Charter, Article 2, in bracket 4, Article 2 and 1, Article 12. All these articles are there for us. And where we are asking, that is why we are asking people like people that came from foreign countries, why are you not recognizing Biafra? After Nigeria have committed a war crime. And because of the war crime Nigeria committed in 1967, 1970, that London, British, UK are covering for them, the blood, the cry of these innocent children will continue to torment Nigeria. Do you think what's happening to Nigeria is ordinary? It's not ordinary. It's not ordinary. It's the blood of the innocent Biafran children that Nigeria committed crime against them is what is triggering all that is happening, to prove that in the beginning, nobody should answer in Nigeria. That a white man, Federico Lugard, blew because of the selfish interest of economy. And look at people that are not the same people, not the same tribe, not the same ethnic group, not the same belief, not the same ideology, and said, you are Nigeria. And people start answering it. And you think that this blood that was being wasted in 1967, 1970 we accept. They did not accept us to be a Nigeria. That is why the ideology of Nigeria will not die. It's ideology. It's an inborn. It's our blood. Our fathers who fought for this war used that blood to give birth to us. So the blood is in us. Nobody can take it away from us. Please, if you join us, please like and share the program, if you may. This is Nigeria. This is it. Listen to this.
As villagers say that they discharge all these Fulani bandits for inside bush. Now the villager park inside bush. Oh, say all those people that they break the code, say they must come out. They don't know them before. trailer go bring Fulani bandits come from another country, come dump them for one community for north. Now the villagers say they don't go gree this kind one this time. Oh, many of them begin dey comot as they take come. And many of these Fulani bandits, so they get wife, they get children. They go begin dey carry people now for the community. Now they do bad for the community. They say that the people who dey the community now they do all this thing. They don't know say all these people so another country therefore they come. They never be Nigeria citizen. They your pack Fulani come from another country, come dump them for Nigeria. Share this video as you dey watch am.
This is what's going on in Nigeria. Look at it.
Those mothers that came out to do peaceful protests yesterday, being 8 December 2020.
Current one.
Nigerian soldier opened fire, slaughtered 7 mothers. 7 mothers were slaughtered. All these people that you are seeing, all of them are mothers. Mama, we are slaughtered.
Please like and share.
They are bringing them out to today, being 9 of December.
That was yesterday. They laid them. They buried them yesterday. Today
And all
is
of
10.
them are Christians. I want to ask, if now Muslim mothers came out to do protests, I want to know whether Nigerian soldiers will have the boldness to shoot them, massacre them, if now Muslim mothers came out to do
This is why we
protests.
exit
Will
Nigeria.
Nigerian soldiers kill them?
John Smith, this is why we are calling on all of you
Look
to
at how
organize
they slaughtered
Biafra
the
to
innocent
end this.
mothers. were
They
slaughtered.
come out only to
Innocent mothers were
protest
slaughtered.
of the genocide that is
They
going
are
on.
bringing them out from
The
mortuary. They are
Nigeria
bringing out
Boko
from the
Haram
mortuary.
military
Every
open
day,
fire on
sad
them
news
the
in
same
Nigeria.
way
Every day, sad
that the
news
Boko
in Nigeria.
Harams
And all
inside
the
bush
mothers,
are opening
these
fire
people must get justice.
on those living in their
This
houses
is what is
and
happening
chase them away from
in
their
Adamawa,
houses
Adamawa.
and burn it down.
Go to WhatsApp channel, go to comment section,
Are you hearing
join the
it?
WhatsApp channel and watch the full video.
Because of YouTube guidelines, this is all we can play. They are burying their wives, their loved ones. What is the offense? That they come out to protest. Protest on 8th of December 2025. The same day, they met the end of their life. Yesterday being night, they all been buried in mass grave. This is what is going on. They are praying for their people as they want to lay them down. That is why we don't want Nigeria. Nigeria means a death sentence to every indigenous person. Nigeria means a death sentence to every indigenous person. We don't want Nigeria. Because if you want, they are going to continue killing us day in, day out. Starting from 1967 to this day, the Nigerian military Boko Haram are killing Biafran people. That in a large number, that nobody can count about it. Look at it, this is human being, this is not goat, this is not cow. Human being, mothers for that matter. And Amina Mohammed was sitting comfortably as the chairman of the UN. She was, a mother like her, was sitting comfortably without saying a word. And look at her fellow mothers who have children. Look at it here. Look at it here. What is happening in Nigeria? These are human beings, mothers for that matter. What is the offense? That they come out to protest about their children being kidnapped from school. Look at their crime here. They come out to protest. Look at where the life being ended. Can this happen in America? Can it happen in any country in the world? Tell me, if not only Nigeria, that such a thing is happening. No other place in this world. 7 mothers was their life was off on 8, and yesterday being 9. They all been buried, and the social media, AIT cannot carry it. Slaverbed, MTN, Al Jazeera, they can't carry such a news. BBC, they can't carry it. This is what people are passing through every day in Nigeria. This is how people die every day. Imagine only protests. Tell me in the world where protest has become crime. The same way self-determination when it's come to a black man, become crime in the eyes of the white man. Listen. Every day, killing.
Please, if you are not fellow Nigerians, this is what is happening on the plateau.
Plateau State.
This is what is happening. You can see. Now I brought in the securities and the Fulanis are running away. Instead, they should stand and answer questions. This is my rice farm, and the Fulani just invaded the farm, ate everything on the farm. You can see, as you can see. You can see. This is this. These are over 300 cows. Now that they are seeing securities, they are moving their cows away. They are running away. They don't want to talk. You can see.
That's how they do.
Oh yeah, we. Saturday 6.
December 6.
December 2025. Ndami gbadatara Akuyeri today. Ha bu this boy Pteba, gbagbo this boy ebe.
Nigerian
this boy
military.
ebe. Including more. Ha gbara m ọtọ sị na ọ bụ na miss ya up. Ha gbagbuo mu.
This is from our people. Each of them to speak English for the world. They were speaking Igbo language.
Obi nwanne Okafọ ha na-eje ọrụ Sunday base move bat ihe ndị anyị nke
this is what Minister of Nigeria is doing in our territory, in Eastern region, because this is who the Boko Haram rehabilitated,
and they are willing to wipe peace out. Yeah, but I was Fulani throughout to be a.
Are you hearing it?
Look at a small boy. 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 Look at this small boy. All
these rehabilitated Boko Haram, they will rehabilitate them and send them into our territory. And they will use that the same eyes they used to keep people in Benue and continue killing our people in the southeast. And which area of these? Christians areas. Why these killings, why this attack is not happening in Sokoto, where the caliphate, those that want to Islamize everybody, their head is. But look at what is going on everywhere. That is why we are calling on the world to recognize people of Biafra, to end this, to chase away this rehabilitated Boko Haram. Tell me that country in the world who are rehabilitating Boko Haram to put into military. If there is no agenda to Islamize everybody or to suppress us down with gun and bullets. Since I was born, there is armor tanker checking point in my area. But go to North, where this thing happening, no checking points. They are free. But because of we are asking our rights under self-determination of the UN Charter that wants a country that belongs to us, that is our offense. That is what? Our offense today. That is why they want to wipe us away. That is why we are calling all the well-meaning words. Donald Trump putting Nigeria on a particular concern cannot solve the problem. Now we have our government that is in exile in your country, in America. Grant them recognition that is international. That is what we are looking. Then we can be able to defend our life, defend our territory, and chase away these Boko Harams that we are in uniform in Nigeria. You are hiding from those in the village, those that they are victims that survive it right now. They are what? Talking. They are the one mentioning what they said. The other one that they naked him and said if he doesn't take time, they waste him. This is how they are killing, kidnapping our people every blessed day. That is what Nigerian military is doing in Eastern region. They thought that by killing our people, Simon Ekpa, that will stop the movement. We have gotten what we are looking for. The only support we needed this time around is Canada, America, Sweden, to Russia, Korea, to grant us recognition. That is all we needed. Join the NATO chairman, join Pan-African chairman that have already recognized Biafran people. Join them, grant us recognition. Then what will happen? Then we will defend and we will stop this ongoing genocide that is happening in Nigeria.
Oh yeah, who is?
Fulani never envisaged that the likes of Nnamdi Kanu will ever emerge. They never,
Yes.
never in a million years. They thought they can bribe anybody. You can buy anybody. Offer him a jet, give him money, tell him, promise him good life with his family, anywhere he wants. Promise him a house, mansion, oil well, anything he wants. Give him his money. After all, you can buy any woman, you can buy them. They are very weak. You can buy all of them. They're the very who we were.
That is why they arrested him. That's why they kidnapped him.
A line, I wouldn't call it royal.
That is why they kidnapped him.
They have noble men.
Because
Noble men.
this second time, they tried in the first place, in the first time when they arrested him in Nigeria, to bribe him. He said no.
Fulani never
They never know that such a man will exist.
that the likes of
Are you hearing it? Is them attack? Look at them. Are you hearing it? That is Boko Haram. Fighting to chase away the indigenous people. Are you hearing it? Are you hearing it? War against the indigenous people.
Allahu Akbar.
This is why the government is in exile, to secure the freedom of their people. This was last night. ISWAP attack on the communities in Nigeria. Everyday attack, killing the. Are you hearing it? Ask yourself, who is giving them money to buy such equipment? One, Britain is one sponsoring them. The way they sponsored them in 1960, 1970. British London that sponsored them in 1967 is also the one sponsoring them till today. They are the ones sponsoring them, giving them this kind of. Is it Iraq and Iran? Is there anyone that is going on here? Only to chase the indigenous people away. That is why you are hearing this sound, nothing else, nothing more than that. The sound we are hearing is the sound to chase away the indigenous people. Islam agenda to wipe away the indigenous people and take over their territory. Today, they have invaded all over Nigeria. What they could have not achieved when Mazina Khan is here with us, when Samba is here with us, in the middle of arresting these people, they use the opportunity to move their people in. Today, they are burning houses in Anambra. They are killing people from church in Anambra. They attacked church in Anambra on Sunday. And it's happening till today.
They are the big boys of this country. There is nothing you can do about it. If you like protest, the government cannot find us. Say, we are in your bushes. We are not afraid of the military.
Do you hear
This
it?
country is our own. There is nothing you can do about it. They are the big boys of this country. There is nothing you can do about it. If you like protest, the government cannot find us. Say, we are in your bushes. We are not afraid of the military. This country is our own. There is nothing you can do about it. They are the big boys of this country. There is nothing you can do about it. If you like protest, the government cannot find us. Say, we are in your
I hope
bushes.
you're hearing it.
We are
They
not
are the
afraid
owner of
of the
Nigeria.
military.
They are in
This
every
country is
bushes.
our own.
All those nonsensical negotiation with terrorists must be stopped. If you want to,
Sir.
White people, they are among people where they destroy this country called Nigeria.
Look at it.
Watch
It's
this video from
UK.
beginning to the end and see how white men are coming down from helicopter to see these people bandit inside bush. What is the connection between them and white people? Is it that maybe they are working on contract? Watch the video yourself and what is your thought about this? Or do you really understand what is
This is
going
not
on?
Mazen.
Please make use of the comment
Mazen
section
can saying this,
because
so,
it's getting out of hand.
but wash.
Helicopter that some people have never seen it in their entire life. That is what these people are seeing it every day. And imagine what they are offloading. It's only God knows the level of conversation they are having now, right now. Look at them together. See them now, even giving handshake to white people. I don't really understand what is going on. Yes.
Uploading the
Enter
equipment.
inside
Look
bush,
at it.
discuss with them, offloading something for them. Please, as a good citizen, what thing they prevent you from sharing this? So that people will understand the major problem of this country. It is out of hand, and it is only God that can help us and deliver us from the hands of these people. May you know that the enemy of this country are not just the
British,
enemy that
France,
are
China are the ones sponsoring this movement. No, that's not that. That is what is going on.
Father.
Eh?
My life doesn't matter anymore. What matters is Biafra. Everything else is irrelevant. And the zoo government, they know it. Everything is irrelevant. The only thing that matters to me, God is my witness, is Biafra, nothing more.
Hello, good evening from here.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome.
Good
Thank you so
evening,
much for
ma.
coming.
How are you?
I'm good, as you can see.
Okay, for the longest time.
Yes, I don't been a phone again when I problem. Say now, wow.
Yeah, but I'm going thank God.
Thank God.
I'm going to EJ Biafra.
I get real.
Now we dey here. Nike. Now I took up Kabiama. No surrender.
Yes, sir.
No surrender.
Yes.
We don't care what international doing or saying. We don't care. Yeah, thank you very much. My brothers and sisters, Omo Biafra. Subscribe, Anna. Only can subscribe. Share, only can share. The one listen to the education. Habia. And saying that the thing I here, that is not a with the man myself. Because, pardon me, excuse me. Anyway, people know you can research. The one noro and kunu judge. My above for more Biafra. It's not for Biafrans. But just put a tag or photo for a radio or they will see them. Gossip. Our people is number one. More cases gossip more than men now gossip more than ladies.
No,
and they will not come and learn.
Yeah.
Men now, we don't have men anymore. Look at come and learn. Before, men now be gallivanting, I'm a father, I'm the head of my home. You don't know that I'm a father. You don't know that I'm my husband. You don't know that I'm, in this house, I'm the head. What makes you to be head? If you don't know anything that is going on in your own region, come and listen. Even they can come and ask a question, or you can still contribute. You will see our brothers and sisters. Apart from Asatina.
Yes, sir.
And that my sister that is calling from Holland. For Biafra land. I'm on a heaven of Buddha, my sister.
From Biafra land, yes.
Yeah, you come with her husband. Apart from these two, and my brother Coaches. Oh, you can't see the new people that is calling. To ask a question. But you people will go uneje tujue na ebe ha na na nke dị adara njọ. Ọkọjuchu unu isi unebile na akpa alele. Come and learn, listen and learn. lot of people will tell me that, you know, I'm the student of Mazina Dekano, I'm a student of Simon Ekpa. See now what our brother are teaching. It's not wasting time, but it makes sure that you know what it or it takes you, or you hug him. I'm giving a model to all the night. Nata kora hura. Night walk. Nna, Chino.
I am fighting for my own freedom. Actually, I'm here for you.
Listen now. I know that you are listening. You are fighting for your own freedom. Let us face the reality. Yes, you are fighting for your freedom, and you want your people, your brothers and sisters, to know the law that guiding what we are fighting for. And everything that our government is doing, we are bringing it to teach your brothers and them to learn and ask a question. And then not to be confusing, or someone will come and tell them rubbish them we know and be believing. Yeah. Supposing yes, you are fighting, that you can learn it on your own and see it within within yourself. But we are bringing it out.
You are right. You are
You
right.
know,
You are right.
and also international. Also, many are watching you. No, or many can listen. They will say yes because through this, Caucasians will know that so these people can recite like this. So people can be coming to watching and be learning like this. But our people know. Just to conquer today, and then I don't be Adadio Aranjo, Obi Ogenkere, onye omlezwe. Umo Biafra, we need to wake up. We need to learn. Because when you are learning and you are listening and learning, you will know the deep things that this international law, what they said and what they're saying. And this our ID cards, many people are questioning, many people are still confusing, many people are still talking rubbish. When they will come and learn about this ID card, about how international, put it.
Yes.
No.
And how the right of government in exile. To prove that they are government of their people.
No. Only water. Hey, Ngozi Orebeze is not doing water. Water. They won't come and learn that the time of water has gone. No.
It has gone.
But
like people of Algeria. People of Algeria, when they declared their own in 1962 to from 1952 to 1962, they make their own. They stop Woto. And it makes them to get quick recognition. Immediately they stop Woto after the declaration. They stop Woto. The international community give them recognition.
Only water. What in Ngozi Orebeze is doing, they are killing our people. Is it today they are killing our people? Is it today they are killing us? We should wake up.
They see in Ngozi Orebeze start killing our people.
Yeah, we should wake up, my brothers and sisters. How many of us are here now watching and listening what our brother are teaching? How many of us are here now in the comment section? How many of us even sharing it? Send it to your beloved ones. I'll be sharing it to people. How many? We should help ourselves. Nobody will come and help us. If you people are waiting for Putin to come and help you, foul. You people are waiting for Donald Trump to come and help you, foul. You people are waiting for who to come and help you. We need to help ourselves. We need to fight it and help ourselves. UK, I'm in UK. Let them come and arrest me. You understand? And I will not come arrest me because I know that it's my right to speak and to tell them what they're doing for us. Look at what Issa Boncha, that useless man, drunk, this man that just look like homeless, Bro Johnson. He went to that zoo and went to Imo State and come and talk at BBC that Imo State accepted, Imo State like this, Imo State, and our people are keeping quiet. Nobody by now, even TikTok and YouTube and X be pushing the narrative, telling him that why are you there and hope puts a danger. You will need this man security. Only this is a bunch of security. This man that he will kill in the line to enter bus in this country. He will kill to enter train, jump in the train like others. He use bike in the city to go and do shopping. Nobody's harassing him. Why Bro Johnson did not tell them that he don't need a security in Imo State? He need a bike. So go to Imo State if this man will be alive to come back. Deceivers. Look at how they're supplying weapons to Bokura. Oh my God. Look at the way they're supplying their weapons because of the resources. Our own resources. Look at the way they're equipping, they're equipping all these terrorists. They're equipping them to be killing people and be harvesting people organs. Look at this woman want to just
protest.
Oh God.
And Boris Johnson cannot condemn it.
Nah.
My sister.
Have you seen international people that condemn it? Can this kind of a thing happen in UK? Can it happen in America? Can it happen even in Morocco? Can it happen there? No. One day, we need to wake up. We need to support our government, USB. Whether you like it or not, I'm not begging you. You need to support it. If not,
Had I know we come at last. Had I know. Pardon me, we are here.
Because of the hatred, you have Ngozi did not do. Dr. Ngozi Rebeze did not do anything. Because Ngozi Rebeze even is saving you and your mothers. If you say because of the hatred, what people are saying about her, and you even listen to her, and there's no no being supporting, you wasting him at ego, you wasting him at support here, I'm sorry. One will cry around when they will come, terrorists will come and kill your mama, your papa. Don't come to social media and cry you. And may you go to them and not punish you that day that maybe your mother cannot run or your father cannot run. Ghana. Your mother. If you like, donate. If you like, don't donate. But never a day come and cry. Oh no one. Oh, some of you guys, some of you, Igbo Biafrans are gathering against Sakamonepa, against Nnamdi Kanu. When they came, was here, the time our president Nnamdi Kanu, the time when Nnamdi Kanu is around, and this kind of a thing, is it happening in Igbo land? In Biafra land? No. Answer is no. The time of October, our PM is around. You see how Musa is crying. You see how Nigeria government is crying. Begging all nations to come and help them. Airspace, someone can close it. You see them flying? No. Because of what? they sold Simon Ekpa. And you people should remember the last day when he said, hey, and the they want to remove him. They want to remove him to get who? Us.
Us, yes.
And the remove going here now. Upon there's no way you can now. You're not what I cannot bottle. Now is the worst. And that time, money is coming. Without money, someone cannot put everything in order. Money is coming. This goes on a basic. You, some of you people, hate this woman. Is the woman that the people in America, there are how many of them? They are supplying money like water. Oh man, I supply that money. This goes on a basic
now.
This thing goes on about you people are hating without no just cause. That's why our Prime Minister can work so fast and put everything in order. Now, because of that, many people are not contributing. Many are not contributing. But on the chocolate okay, that can kitty we roll. Okay, that can kitty we roll. Okay, because many things you people thought they say that not only our their first soldiers. Many things they where them go use money, work and more. Not only their first soldiers. Our president, our president, Nnamdi Kanu. Now this government is they go about it too. Not be DOS. Nobody know DOS. DOS is organization. DOS is organization. Now Nnamdi Kanu. Our PM, now this government too. Now then they go. Now then they push them more. All the whole letters, everything. Now this government, then go use water worker, not be money. Not be money. Soap wet sweet, now money kill them all. Not be water. If now water, your mama say they cook, you know go sweet like that. Ofe toto, ego buye. Mwenye, the equal no na agwa di na keleka. Ono choka ibu agwa wa di na keleka. This is the time of supporting the government. They are talking about this our ID card now. Many people are talking shit about that ID card. And people that are talking this nonsense, telling you people nonsense, how this ID card you? Go 247 G. I read around G. Ogo Chunkere G. Rafael Ajere G. Ruby G. Professor Chairman Adia. All those people, how did you one them be equal no? Oh no, so no matter for one on Obodo can one of my family. Hey, because some of my family. When I saw my support, Nkaba Salono. Now they come in that place, now attack people because of no one. No matter no now Sokoto prison now attack people for the life sentence because of no one. When I tell you about I don't know for now our brother Nakuzi, no 100%. You are Nakuzi, go up to Nnamdi Kanu, una auntie no na Abraham Abbas the corona ga umwoke na umwa na seze umwa no sizogo umwoke nwere akụkọ ihe na he ebe so umwoke anyị ịga na TikTok ya na-ekwu n'ebe bụ ike ala tisi n'idi ho necessary aga gada na-ekwu ihe gbasara our this place no ịga na TikTok ọ ya ma na chebi TikTok don ban Nigeria for life. in the night. I'm behind the quick. But people on TikTok, the daytime, and I call you Lily. And I call you in if na TikTok, never walk here and then make. Assume walking here and then make. Here and I call you Lily. I have to, here supposed to push you, because Hannah Trego. It's a Trego. Nemo Hala Ben Nagabe Ghana, they go the useless. All the useless. Very useless. Even on TikTok now, Ibrahim Taure, open at that young man. No more the preaching. Our president now they can't preaching. Because he's a student of Nandekami. That young man. Open all the Tamili ho. Ogazota Nibehe. No. And they go. Organic how when I be more than young when I Biafra land. This is Masanga, Dr. Masanga. Or a Biafra man Kobu. But he's injustice. He stand on it. He pushing. He's crying, telling Africa, telling us. But look at him when them. He's gonna to talk. And Ota, and there's usually man in a water. Man in a have bears and wine. I'm going to hear the wine. Man in a dinner, the Hanas, I'm home no. One them. Work can now we are because wine. Wine in YD. As every wine you know the bube. So some wine now, and I have on the way. All to some of Indigo, work can ask one wine. If one Nabanya a chiene. Or be a chiene. One of the up of a cheer, but more gozika. No question obi ọkpara nwa m nwoke ụmụ nwanyị ọmachi
ise
ya ka nje okwu na-agwụ ọnụ na-akwụnye ego n'ime ya ka ọ ha gị tụnya chidi na nwanne nwoke jisike.
Thank you so much.
Ọ ga-adịrị gị mma nna m.
Ise
Daalụ hinne.
Ise
Daalụ hinne.
Thank you.
Ka anyị na-agwa Odo Anambra, let them wake up.
Yes, so
because now, Soludo, oh, Tagolunu, Ndigemu wake up, or when maybe going to wake up. Na Odo Anambra. Upon a baby now.
It takes to go church.
But okay.
Of church, it takes to go on Sunday.
Yes, now.
Okay,
yes, now. Mgbe this man na-ekwu amụrụ na ga-enweke ncheta afa nwoke nwoke a beche abi Umalafia. Ọmọdé ga-echeta
maka. Dr. Umalafia, yes, you are right.
Yes. They later killed the man.
Yeah.
You know? The man said it. And let me tell you people, they are coming for you guys, so even governors. Everybody like is you know now. Governors, they are coming for you people. After killing the poor ones. Even they are coming for you people. Mobu no bundi awego. Obuna ha kaje for governors so kama buomwe. I have innocent people. Just face them and clear them. Because when them uno chokwe no yonano una chokwe yenu yenka basalo no the same happen preaching ganaga
we must continue
ogana abani pike ya ha
yes so
betina chukwu kikabe magenye dikene neke nnam isike
thank you so much
ani mejo ha na-ekene ijele tina asa nwanyị
yes so
nne m daalụ ọ ya dịrị gị na mma and mejo hera na-ekene nwanne m nwaanyị amụghị na besta bụ afọ ya nke a na-akpọkarị from homeland. From
Okay.
homeland.
Ogonnaya.
Yeah. Ogonnaya. Nne m jisi ike ịtagwu n'ọnụ. Triple M. Because no ka ha na-akpọ ni.
Yes.
Nwanne m nke ọzọ nke nwoke ma mebe o si akpọ.
Even choose 042.
Na choose na onye nke ama bụ amụm asụ na onye mgbe onye eribe mkpụrụ ọkụrụ pipe nwebere ya anya obodo onye nwere ya anya ọkụ keja na weziri mmiri. Because onweghị ihe kochusu nọ na DC ọ na-anọ na platform niile anọ na-atụ ụtụ ya niile ime ebe kochusu na-atụ ụtụ more than 3 places. More than 3 places onye nọ na onye nọ na zoo na Nigeria. Ụmụ nwanne oge adịrị anyị niile na mma. Jiri ezinụlọ m na mma. Jiri onye ọbụla kpọkwụsị ụkwụ na-eso ụzọ nke Biafra. Because Biafra ka anyị na-achọ. Anyị na-be ka anyị na-achọ be mmadụ. Nna m jisi ike.
Thank you for calling. Honestly, you really strengthened my strength this evening. Thank you so much. I appreciate your call. Thank you. You are so wonderful and always encourage. Thank you so much. This your call really strengthened my mind this evening, because I was like, maybe Biafra has disappeared. They have gone where they normally like to go and listening. But I'm happy, very, very happy this evening that I was. These are those that build this platform, those who encourage me in what I am doing. I say, you can have from her. The only thing I want to do here is just subscribe and like the program. If you are just joining us, there is a 3 dots in front of you. Click on that 3 dots, it will open. You will see like and share. Once you have shared the program, honestly, you have done the better of it, and that share leads you to like and subscribe. Please endeavor to do that. It is very imperative, because that is how you are sending this message. Even when you cannot call us, even when you cannot call, for you to like it means that you are helping with the message to go viral. That's what simply means. So please endeavor to do that. So join us. Like. It does not remove anything from you. It doesn't take more than what you are being using already. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Nothing different. That is why I ask you, please like, share, subscribe. That is only 3 things have to do. Then by doing that, you are encouraging us. Yes. We still remain on the topic that we are treating, government in exile. That's people like Jovica, all this IPOB organization never know what it simply means. We are trying to let them know that in Africa, many countries establish government in exile. IPOB don't know the most idiotic people I have ever seen this moment is all things that concern IPOB organization. The most stupid and the most senseless people freedom have the IPOB organization. No common sense, no international sense to lead to the freedom. They don't know about it at all. They don't know. The only thing they know is how to castigate somebody, how to manipulate lies, how to dish wrong information outside. Tell me, I never knew that countries in Africa, until I start making research, that countries in Africa, out of 150 some of African countries, that almost 27 used through government in exile to get their recognition. That they build their country from outside and fight from outside like what we are doing right now. Immediately all of them got recognition on the international level, they come back to take over their country. That is what we are doing now? A thing that we're not doing it right. We are even doing more than right, because now the government has exactly what a country like Algeria did is what we are doing right now. Algeria have liberation army, but when they make the declaration of a country called Algeria and they grant the recognition in 1962, they grant the recognition in 1962. What happened? They asked their military to cease fire. Cease fire. Cease fire. their military ceasefire, they now go into diplomatic, legal, and political, and use social media to maintain pressure, and they register and they organize, invite some NGOs like what you see Dr. Masanga doing right now under United States of Biafra, like many of them like that. Like what I am doing here. That is what they call it, to use political pretext to make a position to let the countries of the world know that Biafra has been declared, that we have met those criteria that Algeria met in 1960, when it started in 1958, in 1958 to 1962, when they grasp their, when they give them a recognition, and they are continuously doing the right thing. So, countries in Africa, do you know that the country in Africa that use, the first country in Africa that form exile government is Ethiopia. Ethiopia in 1963 used government in exile to restore Ethiopia as a country. And where did Ethiopia was, their government in exile? London is where they are in 1963 to 1941. They fought before they be able to grab their international recognition. That wasn't enough. Algeria in 1954 to 1968, Algeria have their government in exile. In Tunisia, Algeria have formed the government in exile in Tunisia. When they were in Tunisia, is that the government in exile will be arrested or being kidnapped. They go to Tanzania. From Tanzania, they went to London back again. The same London that blocked Biafra recognition. But they are the one who saved all this country. They are the one giving recognition. They are the one who also lobbied for them to become a country in Africa. They also did that in the past. That wasn't enough. Do you know that Angola? Angola also, from 1971 to 1975, they have government in exile. Where do they stay? When Angola was fighting for them to become a country, they run to Egypt. Egypt to govern them, give them a self-landed. So in all these countries, having a new country under self-determination of the UN Charter, Article 2(4) in brackets 1(12), and go on, save them, give them assurance. But the Biafran people today, what happened? Our own becomes so difficult because British block our international recognition. British use their hand to do what? To block our own international recognition. So, when you look at all this that transpired up to this date, as I'm talking to you, the Biafran people are still maintaining on their mandate of the declaration that was meant to from Chukwemeka Odumegwu, and on November 20, 2024, we make official re-declaration again. And after that, we pick a line of words of Algeria. That after the declaration of Algeria as a country, with government in exile in London, they did what? They stopped armed struggle. Like the Biafran people today stop armed struggle. Now, Algeria went into diplomatic, legal, political, and the pressure they mounted on the global stage, that also London helped them to draw attentions of countries in Africa that also give recognition and stand on it. And because of their fought under colonial master, they did not go back. Now, coming to Namibia, that got their independence from South Africa, they also fought when Namibia was fighting for their own independence from the South Africa. Have you asked yourself, Where is the government of Namibia? Where did they seek refuge for them to be able to fight when they established their government in exile? When they made this government in exile declaration of a country called Namibia, where do they find their place? All of them, in general, have where they all of them gathered together, as in a country of another people, like what the Biafran people did. We are in America today with our fully government body representing the people of Biafra. And do you know that many of all these countries in the world use liberation army? They use force. Many countries in Africa use force to achieve their goal. Eh? Do you know that a country like Guinea-Bissau, they are part of African dependency of Guinea, they have their own what? Their own exile in Govt. Could you imagine such a thing? In 1974, in 1973, Guinea-Bissau make official declaration of their country, of their independence, and they grant the recognition widely recognized in 1974. Also, Govt. Do you know about Mozambique? In 1975, they have government in exile. Namibia, getting independence from South Africa. All these countries, name them, Zambia, all of them use government in exile to grant the recognition. What of Eritrea that fought their way out from Ethiopia? What about them? They all fought their way out with what we, the Biafran people, are having today as United States of Biafra government in exile. They make the declaration as a country. They stand on that mandate. They did not fall back. And see, when Eritrea first formed their government in exile for their movement, do you know what they do? You know how what they use? They use EPLF. That is the named organization. Like Mazan Kano using IPOB as an organization that will lead the movement to declaration. Then after declaration, you start answering a name like United States of Biafra. Not after that, you went back to go answer Bridge in exile. No! Our own case are not going to be different from every other cases that's happened in the past. Because we are welcome. Thank you so much. So when people are making mockery of themselves on social media, I want you to have facts and figures that you will use by yourself, debunk their lies. That's why I will tell you, I am not here for propaganda. I am here to bring you the ordained history of what other countries did in the past to achieve their international recognition. The same thing that the people of Biafra is doing today under USB government that are legitimate government. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, we are going to talk about government in exile issuing passport if they have the right, and what does it mean in the eyes of the international global community. This our passport is on stage right now. That those that are even having it are kicking against it because they don't know. Their envy, their jealousness, their hatred is about to destroy all of them. That is why they are continuously misleading themselves and misleading those who believe in them. That is why. So, do not panic. Stand strong. You have the rightful government that understand the template of the international global community. Ugo 247 has no idea to achieve a new country recognition. No. Don't mind the on our social media. Don't mind all these people. Him Ugo 247 today is having Biafra ID card. He's in social media talking about Biafra. He's not contributing 1 naira except social media talking. I am contributing and I am here talking. I am here trying to educate myself about the process of having a new country so I can be able to work with the template of the government and follow them with my full mind, without doubting, with iota of doubt, that believe that they are doing the right thing they're supposed to do. Please, as we continue, I want you to like the program, also share the program. If you're first time coming, please subscribe on our page. To like the program, there is a 3 dots in front of you. There is a 3 dots in front of you. Click on that 3 dots. Then you will do what? You will see, like, and share the program. So let us see how countries in Africa use government in exile to restore their independence, and today they are all countries. Let us see.
Fully lobbied for the question of Algeria to be consistently placed on the agenda of the UN General Assembly. This annual debate kept international pressure on France, portraying the conflict not as a domestic law and order issue, as France claimed, but as a matter of decolonization and self-determination. 2. The diplomatic revolution. Legal strategy. The GPRA's most sophisticated and successful non-military strategy was its use of international humanitarian law, IHL.
Listen. Now, when people of Algeria start using, after they have declared their country, remember, they use the name GPRA, is the name of the organization they use, like, say, IPOB organization. They use what? GPRA. We are not only people in the world who have used a name organization to fight for a new country, but the name of that group supersedes the name of the country. The answer is no. That is also our people's problem today. How could a group of a name of organization supersede the name of a country? It's like saying that APC should supersede the name those who believe in one Nigeria after election. So all these countries that are in exile, they have something that they use to bring their people together. And after they have made the declaration of their new country, what happened? They stopped using non-armed struggle movements. They went fire. Algeria, with their government in exile, be in Tunisia, stop using armed struggle. They use diplomatic, they use political, they use legal means, and they use revolution of legal strategies in all over the countries in the world until they achieve their recognition. And everything stopped. Now, after achieving the recognition, what happened? They used the name of the country, continuous moving. That is why today we know that their name is what? Algeria. Those that give the recognition give them in the name of a country, Algeria, not in the name of GPRA. No. No, my people. That's why we need to stop researching. We need to start researching things. We need to start trying to make it right on our own and understand the importance of things that we are doing. It's a high time we drop in those things that we believed before. And now that the situation has happened, we must work on the template of the international global community. Do you know why that Algeria dropped armed struggle? They said that they want to maintain the strategy of what? International Humanitarian Law, IHL. They want to maintain that law, peaceful movement of a country that believes in peace. And that is also what helped for their recognition very quickly. So our government of the United States of Biafra has maintained this strategy or this criteria of Algeria. Not by woto, rather by political means of it, diplomatic of it, legal aspect of it, and putting pressure of what you see our DPM hitting about Nigeria in Nigeria using rehabilitated Boko Haram. That thing is a very strong word. The world cannot be dormant forever. And we don't care if they listen or they not listen, but we are sending message so we can use all these things as evidence that we told you, we warned all of you, we gave you the information. We gave all of you the information when we are government in exile, when we make our declaration on November 20, 2024, and we stop armed struggle. We use diplomatic, we use lobby, we use congressmen to reach all of you, but you pay a deaf ear because of your interest in our mineral resources that are coming out from our land. Madam Margaret, it's been long. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming across our page today. Thank you so much. So, my people, do not panic. Otowot is no longer the code to freedom. Look at Algeria. Look at Algeria standing up, making a declaration with government in exile in 1954. Then in 1958, the world start talking about them. In 1962, they give them international recognition by becoming a member of the UN, and their government now pack their load and go back to their country and defend Algeria. Today, Algeria is one of the best countries in Africa also.
Ratification of the Geneva Conventions. In 1960, the GPRA formally ratified the Geneva Conventions, an act traditionally performed only by sovereign states. This served two purposes.
Listen. Ratification of the Geneva Convention. In 1960, the GPRA formally ratified the Geneva Convention, an act of traditional performed only by a sovereign state. This served two purposes. What are these two purposes? After they have dropped armed struggle, after they have made a declaration and they stop armed struggle, they stop military wing, and they go into diplomatic movement of for their new country to be done. Remember, check by yourself, you that are in a hurry. Check by 1954 to 1962. Is it how many years before Algeria can be able to grab their first international recognition in 1962? So calculate it by yourself. Then you calculate Eritrea, that it took them 30 years from Ethiopia. It took Namibia 24 years to get recognition after fighting from South Africa to become a country called Namibia today. But remember that all of them form a government in exile. All the government was here in exile. Some part of African country, they call it exile government. Some go to London, they are exile government. They use it, despite also their people kicking against what they are doing, but they continue still doing what they are doing because they know they are pushing on the right track. Once what we are doing is being governed by the international laws, you are as good as going. That is what government of USB has presented to the entire world. What are these criteria they have met? Listen.
1. Asserting sovereignty. By claiming the right to ratify international treaties, the GPRA asserted its legal status as a sovereign government, challenging France's authority.
Do you hear it? Despite that Algeria is fighting France, they went into exile. Because at that time, France was occupying under colonial master, occupying Algeria. France is mega role in Africa. France has committed sacrilege in Africa. France, they have committed crime in Africa. associating of a sovereign state by claiming the right of ratifying international treaties, the GPRA assumes its legal status as a sovereign government. After the declaration, they assume office as a sovereign government of the new country being declared in 1954 as Algeria country. They did not make declaration and go back. Like what Obatobi. Now I know where Obatobi picked some things. All the multiple dimension. The more I search in, the more I see what Obatobi reads and things that he practiced to move this movement very fast. Remember, before our declaration, Obatobi endorsed United States of Biafra by people of Biafra voting that they want sovereign state called United States of Biafra. One. Number two, he came back, he organized, introduced a four-man, endorsed a four-man committee, like he know that he'll be taken away. These are wonderful men. Now, he now put four-man delegates, asked them to select those that are going to immediately work once Biafra is being declared. Is it not true in our own eyes? Are we going to deny it? Sometimes that's why I said our DPM need to throw some videos out to shut up the gullibles. Obatobi said immediately Biafra is being declared that these four people choose the people that they selected, people that they have looked into 45 executive member of the so-called bridge, that they will go into them, pick the right people to put them in the right position to move the movement forward, to carry affair of the government of the United States of Biafra as the government, not as a group anymore. Do you see it here that every country in the world, they have what they use to fight? On they make the declaration and they drop that name. Now, this name that will be used every time you come across of it is going to be in brackets to signify that it is where they started. Like if Biafra is being restored, now we are restored Biafra, we only see international organization. If people of IPO make a declaration, anywhere you come, they will see IPOB in brackets. Now is United States of Biafra government in exile. Go and type anywhere you stop it, you type about United States of Biafra or put the British government in exile. This is how it happens, and that government in that government in exile will be in brackets. Check. These are fact and figures. Like I said, our line is still open for your own contribution into what we are doing. Like I said, number to call still remain +97 33 60 51 337 only on WhatsApp. And please like the program. We are talking about Algeria that fights France and got their independence. Despite that they are in exile, and France is in their own country pushing them away. Could you imagine that? They form government in exile, and what happened? They use it and destroy France.
2. Weaponizing human rights. It put France on the defensive. The GPRA used the conventions to demand that captured ALN fighters be treated as prisoners of war, POWs, not criminals, and simultaneously exposed France's widespread use of torture and summary executions as war crimes.
Do you hear it? The same measure is what we are going to use on Nigeria. That is what we are. That's our DPM is always making it openly to know that Nigeria is occupying a foreign state and torturing the owners of the country, torturing the indigenous people of the country. That is why our DPM always talk about it, and sometimes you will feel like you are getting tired of hearing it. No, that is the main message. That is the most important message to send out for the world to know what we are passing through. Because without saying, nobody knows what you are passing through. weaponizing human rights. It put France on the self-defense. They did what? They put France what? On the self-defense. By bringing this allegation, France have to come now on the international global community to defend themselves. The GPRA used the combination of the demanding the capture of ALN fighter. There is their leader that France was being held. They use him like the way Nigeria is being kidnapped as in Nnamdi Kanu and put him on life sentence. This is how the people of Algeria used their leader that was being held to fight, to let the world know what they are passing through and what is going on. To let the world know what is happening, they used their leader to negotiate. And they said, like when you go, I will tell you here, please type hashtag Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. No, hashtag Nigeria British free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra, a prisoner of conscience. That is what the Algeria people did. They continuously argue on that. Our government needs to also pay attention. That is why once we adopted this way we are now, all these things are strategies, topic that we are going to be using at all time to let the world know. In our document of our grievances, we're also going to be using it in our letter headings to let the world know what we are passing through, that our president is being kidnapped, is under torture. You hear it here, and once you start using, if the leader was sentenced for life imprisonment as a common criminal, it will absolutely turn down that sentence as a common criminal to lift him up as what? As a leader of a new country, as a president of what? A new country. Do you see why it is important? Some things is meant to be used for you to achieve what you are looking for. Many things are being used. That is why Batobe told that he used multiple dimensions. Our multiple dimensions from our government should be in everything. My brother, the truth will stop Isaiah Anyog. The world know the truth. Let me give one of the examples that prove that the world know the truth about Isaiah Anyog. Isaiah Anyog told his people that he's going to see a congressman, and the congressman is going to address them. Did you know here when Isaiah Anyog still opened his gullible mouth and told us that the congressmen are busy watching them in television? The congressman has asked, where is the document of this declaration? Who made this declaration? He cannot be able to present it. That is why the congressman ran away from Ogenkere, and he come to expose himself by saying that the congressmen are watching them in television, that they are busy. You will know something from there. Let me tell you, all these countries that we are in, like Algeria now, Algeria have those who are sabotaged inside them that makes France arrested their leader. It does not start today, and you will not see us an end. That is why I said we must pass all the existing protocol, all the existing criteria, all the template. We must pass it because other countries has passed through that way before they got where they are today. So it doesn't matter. And let me tell you, the global community that said that once a new country is being declared and some people refuse to work under the government, they are seeing them as rebel. That is how the world is seeing Ogenkere. Do you think that I will just call him rebel? No. The actions and our recognition will prove that Ogenkere is a rebel. What they are doing is a kind of a dying horse. What is IPOB of China Samoro today with his voice? If you know, you know. It will take a time. They will all disappear. Let me ask you. The recognition of people of Eritrea from Ethiopia in 1999, it took 30 years. Let me ask you, if the recognition take 30 years, can Ogenkere stand on it? If the recognition of Biafra take more 10 years, can he stand? He does not stand. He is not even standing at all. He's only working for those who gave him money. Those like the same that happened in Finland, where the Finland make a declaration. Those that claim that they are red Finland say no, that they want to remain under Russia. And those who say we are white Finland, we cannot be under anybody. They continue on the mandate of the declaration. They are those that when Germany and Soviet Union comes in to recognize, they are the one that they recognize as their country. So you and the UASB that make a declaration, the world know the truth. That is why I said this is existing protocol. They will follow it up. The good thing why I'm also happy about this government is that for them to look at this criteria of Algeria, after the declaration of Algeria as a country by the government in Exile, what happened? They ceased fire. And what happened? They started recognition. So we have to do the same thing. So we must, as people of Biafra, we must understand the time that we are into, that every other country has gone through what we are passing through. So the world will also wait for us to pass through what every other people has passed through today. God did not allow Jesus Christ to pass through temptation from the hands of Satan. Even though he had right to kill Satan and walk away, but he did not. Even though he can say no and go back to his normal life. But what happened? He represents what Mas Nanekano is proving to you today, and what Mas Simon Banjok is proving to you today. Those who claim they know Christ, they don't know Christ. Jesus Christ is a freedom fighter who come and save his people, and they die because of his people, to save our life, to liberate us. That is who Jesus Christ is, a freedom fighter. So when you see all these who claim Christ without knowing who Jesus Christ is, don't listen to them, don't follow them. So, my people, let's continue.
Outcome. This diplomatic revolution, as described by some historians, changed the narrative from France fighting terrorism to France violating international law, eroding French public and political support for the war. 3.
On this number 2, I want you to grab something. I want to grab something here. Outcome of Algeria drop armed struggle and the focus on diplomatic movement has been described by some historical change. The narrative from France fighting terrorists to France to violate international law. See, now that Biafra has been declared with a government in exile, remember, many countries in Africa, I will remind you again, I just brought only 8 out from Africa, out of 27. The 8, I brought number 1 people who introduced government in exile to Africa. Tina Wine, good evening, you are here. Thank you so much. See, Ethiopia was first country ever in Africa that introduced government in exile. They introduced it in 1963 to 1941. Before Ethiopia will grant their recognition. Do you know where Ethiopia went for this? In London. London that blocked our own official recognition. That handed Nigeria over to Fulani Caliphate of the Sokoto. Now, the same thing. This Algeria, I hope you're hearing it here. Algeria, from 1954 to 1962, Algeria have a government in exile that make official declaration of Algeria as a country. Now I see is in this Algeria history, I see the template or DPM of non-armed struggle. Immediately, Algeria come to declaration in 1958. Algeria started their movement in 1954. 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. The same 5 years, Obato Obie pushed for him to get Biafra, to declare Biafra as a country. The same thing that Algeria pushed from 54, from 54 to 1958. They make their declaration with their government in exile in 1958. They now pushed from 1958. After their declaration in 1958, they stopped armed struggle that they used to fight France. They hold it on and said, okay, fine, our military down. Don't come out, don't fire, don't shoot. Just be on the defense side, monitoring our territory. What happened? They now go, they call it diplomatic movement, revolution. They go into diplomatic revolution in 1958 immediately. As they are moving towards this, then in 1962, they got their first ever international recognition. In that 1962, that they grabbed their international recognition, Algeria government and with their people went down to Algeria in their homeland. By then, they have put pressure on the international global community that draws their attention, that grants them recognition. Now, this international global community, now UN with their law and Geneva Convention that they have met their criteria, and the Montreal Convention have met their criteria, they now sanction the case now turned against France. That France is the one committing crime, that they are violating the right of a self-determination of the people. Are you following? That they break the law of crime, of violating the territorial integrity of Algeria automatically. But do you know what pushed them there? Because they stopped armed struggle. You are fighting me like now that Biafran people have stopped armed struggle. Nigeria is the one that was militarizing in our area. Nigeria is the one using a more tanker in our land, in our country. Nigeria is the one kidnapping and buying our people. They are committing crime. And we are not letting back. We didn't go to Nigeria border to do what? To be fighting them. No, we remain in our own. When they come, we'll defend the way we can and allow them. Do you understand it? That is how you know. So the method of Algeria, I can now see where our DPM brought this idea of this, they call it UN modern law that does not want armed struggle. They call it adopted article of UN, adopted article of UN charter. No armed struggle. This adopted UN charter article is included in Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN charter. Under self-determination of external succession independency of a country that they don't want to belong under any person, that they just want outright country of their own. Now, on this issue of Algeria, I now understand that the government of Biafra really know what they are doing. Algeria stopped armed struggle, put France that are fighting to them in trouble. The world now look at Algeria and said, you are violating international law. But does it happen immediately? Remember, they make their declaration in 1958. Then, in 1962, they got the recognition. How many years? Okay, 59, 60, 61, 62 years. For how many? 4 years maximum, or 3 years maximum. The Algeria government in exile that make a declaration of Algeria as a country. And when they are making this thing, they have organization. They call the organization what? They call the organization they use GPRA is what they use as organization. Like the same way Mazda Kanu use IPOB organization. The same way Bato Obi use Bridge government in exile. This is just a common word. What are they using this in? They said under international law that you will have a structure that you will use to bring your people together for them to accept the same ideology, and you all will move together to make a creation of a new country. Push that the government of Biafra has done that. Then after making the creation of a country, immediately you make a declaration, automatically you can start claiming a sovereignty. Under the mandate of a sovereignty, you start using the name to recognize yourself first. You will call yourself your name and tell people, my name is Real Biafra TV. That is what I want you to call me. So if you come here, if you don't address me as Biafra TV, Real Biafra TV, I may say not to answer you. This is how these things are work. So our own cannot going to be different. We are going to stand on all this existing protocol. We must meet all these criteria before we can be able to grab recognition, whether I like it or not. Do you know that Ethiopia, that country called Eritrea, that got their independence from Ethiopia in 1993, that they fought for 30 years. Chai. Do you know that Namibia fought for 24 years in the heart of South Africa? Namibia fought for confirmed 24 good years before they can achieve Namibia as a country. And our own case is quite different from their own. But the one that is here is this, that all these people use what government in exile. So for those, in the abroad, declare a country. That they don't, because of Nigeria remove history in school. That is why we all lack of this. No stable light, no internet, because you must have stable internet to research. You must have light to see road now, to charge your phone to recharge, for you to research. Where can you do that? No way, Nigeria. When I was in Nigeria, I never knew all these things until now I left Nigeria. And I have 24-hour internet. I have 24-hour light, so I can research. Despite the hard time. So Namibia on their own fight for 24 years. Eritrea fought. We do know that when Eritrea was in exile in Tunisia, hey, Jesus Christ, they call it EPLF is what they use. EPLF is the name of the organization they use, and they fight. After they have gotten their recognition, what happened? They move on with their country. They fire down with their country. They continuously doing things they're supposed to do for them to achieve the recognition of their country. After that, they come back after that, they left Tunisia and come back to their own country today. Eritrea is a country. They have even got UN recognition in 1993. And you think that the Biafran government is messing up? You think that they don't know what they are doing? Once you are an Igbo man, if you are listening to the stupid fool called Jovica that is in America, that cannot be able to come out, I challenge him to come out and tell us history of America. How America fought Cold War after they have got recognition, after they have gone back to their own as US. How they fought internal Cold War, and today Jamaica is here enjoying. He can get a message. It should start fundraising that used to fund people that are killing people in Biafra land. Chai. And the idiots who will die like Ifeanyi Oba. Open our and said Biafra died in 1967. Could you imagine such a man? This is a man who I was following before. I followed him when I was in the homeland under Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. He tried Simon. The model of Simon is quite different from what they are doing. He said he has no room under our PM. He deviated since then, start attack. Today, he brought the attack back again. And he locked his comment section. Because I want to throw a challenge to him. Just tell us history of America where you are. How Junior Matuta King fought for America to be where they are today. And what happened? Our people are so gullible. Their envy, their hatred, and I am not in charge. You did not put me in your group. I am not executive. Is what is killing many people today. So I am using this to let you know that the exile government did not start today. Ethiopia was in exile in 1963 to 1941. Algeria from 1954 to 1962. Angola from 1971 to 1975. Guinea-Bissau from 1973 to 1978. Mozambique, the same from 1969 to 1975. Namibia from 1990 to the day they got the recognition. Zambia, 1980. Eritrea from Ethiopia, 1993. These are people that formed their government in exile. Look at it here. It's only a matter of time you took to research and try to know if what we are doing, people have done it in the past. And also come to prove to you how it is your right to achieve the movement of the new country. All these people, they fought for what? This government fought for a new country. Once the new country is being declared, the group will succumb into the government, the name of the new country government, like using APC to win election. Can APC supersede, becomes the name of their country? No. All these are organizations being formed to bring people together, contribute money, share ideas, share the same thought, share the same ideology, for them to fully mind to go and make the declaration of a new country. And I want to tell you also that all these countries in the past, they have saboteurs in the midst of them. Before the president of Algeria was arrested, it's not saboteur that leaked his way out. He's just sleeping in his room without someone knowing where he is, and he was being kidnapped. So what we are passing through today has started from day one before us. And that's why I told you, we will not jump, we will not fly. We will follow all these criteria that has been there before us. We will follow all of them. We are not going to jump. There's no miracle. This is a political movement that you have to follow every structure. You must pass all the tests. We have passed number one by making a declaration. Number two, and we have passed now, is to prove to the world that we are no longer into armed struggle.
Forcing negotiations. The combined weight of international pressure, UN resolutions, and the legal crisis created by the GPRA's diplomatic strategy made the war unwinnable for France politically.
Do you hear it? People of Algeria continue their pressure with the government in exile. They mount pressure that we have become a sovereign state. We have made a declaration. We have met all these criteria. They keep on pushing until the case now turned by side against France. Their diplomatic movement is very, very strong. The strategy of their diplomatic movement is in everything. Both common protests, they have time, they knock it. Whatever they comes across of them to prove to the world, they go into and do it. That is what we are government of the United States of Biafra is doing. That is why I told you that they are gotten it to what? Right. Our DPM, thank you so much for researching, for your special advisors to bring all these things to you that you are telling us, or for you to maintain all these criteria. Thank you so much. This, when people of Algeria stop their armed struggle, it triggers their international recognition very quickly.
French President Charles de Gaulle, facing international isolation and domestic exhaustion, realized he could no longer refuse to negotiate. He was forced to deal with the GPRA as the political representative of the Algerian people.
I do hear it. The government, the president of France was under pressure by force that he must negotiate because he's holding the president of Algeria. And from there, the negotiation happened that leads for this man to be released, and also they now do what? Listen to what that the world put him into because of the violation of the sovereignty of the Algeria as a new declared country officially.
The subsequent negotiations resulted in the Evian Accords in 1962, which formally granted Algeria independence based on a referendum.
Do you hear that? When they claim that the people of Algeria do not want a country of their own, what happened? Because they have never done a referendum before. They have never achieved a referendum before. Like we, Biafran people, you know that we have achieved a referendum with over 50 million votes. So what happens is the first trigger for them to go and do what? To go and do referendum. The referendum proved that the people of Bangladesh, the people of Algeria want what? Their own country in their hands. To have the leader of their own people, not a white man in the law. By that time, France packed their load and leave with shame. Because there was propagating that people of Algeria do not want any new country. That the government in exile that are committing crime, like what they are telling you and the government of Biafra today. Listen, in conclusion.
Conclusion. The GPRA's success demonstrates that for a government in exile seeking external self-determination, the strategic use of international legal principles, like the right to self-determination and IHL, and aggressive diplomatic lobbying, can be a more decisive tool than military force alone. The GPRA's non-military strategy secured the legitimacy and recognition necessary to move the conflict from the battlefield to the negotiation table, which was the final step toward independence.
I hope you listen carefully. They drop armed struggle. They use diplomatic, political. They use lobby. They use congressmen to achieve what? Their recognition. And they prove it by the way that the lobby and the congressmen react. They got recognition. Before we close, I want to play it more once again fully so you may understand the movement of government in exile and those that have achieved it in the past, that we are not alone in this movement of forming Biafra government in exile, that you are one Nigeria, you and IPOB might look at caricature because you never have the idea on how to do it, my people. Listen to this fully.
That is an excellent focus area. While many African liberation movements had military wings, like the ANC's Umkhonto we Sizwe or the FLN's Armée de Libération Nationale, the political and diplomatic success of their governments in exile was often more critical to achieving independence than battlefield victories. The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, though associated with a major armed struggle, provides a powerful example of an entity that used its diplomatic and legal status as its most effective weapon, ultimately forcing the colonial power to negotiate. Case study: the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA. The GPRA was formed in 1958 during the Algerian War of Independence, 1954 to 1962, against France. While the FLN had an army, ALN, fighting on the ground, the GPRA's primary mission was explicitly political and non-military. It was the diplomatic arm of the revolution, operating primarily from Tunis. 1. Establishing legitimate statehood. The GPRA's main non-military success was establishing itself as the legitimate governing authority in the eyes of the world, effectively isolating France diplomatically. Recognition as a sovereign state. The GPRA was immediately recognized by a significant number of nations, particularly Arab and African states, and later by countries in the Eastern Bloc. This recognition was crucial because it allowed these countries to deal with the GPRA as an equal sovereign entity, not just a rebel group. The UN platform. The GPRA successfully lobbied for the question of Algeria to be consistently placed on the agenda of the UN General Assembly. This annual debate kept international pressure on France, portraying the conflict not as a domestic law and order issue, as France claimed, but as a matter of decolonization and self-determination. 2. The diplomatic revolution. legal strategy. The GPRA's most sophisticated and successful non-military strategy was its use of international humanitarian law, IHL, ratification of the Geneva Conventions. In 1960, the GPRA formally ratified the Geneva Conventions, an act traditionally performed only by sovereign states. This served two purposes. 1. Asserting sovereignty. By claiming the right to ratify international treaties, the GPRA asserted its legal status as a sovereign government, challenging France's authority. 2. Weaponizing human rights. It put France on the defensive. The GPRA used the conventions to demand that captured ALN fighters be treated as prisoners of war, POWs, not criminals, and simultaneously exposed France's widespread use of torture and summary executions as war crimes. Outcome. This diplomatic revolution, as described by some historians, changed the narrative from France fighting terrorism to France violating international law, eroding French public and political support for the war. 3. Forcing negotiations. The combined weight of international pressure, UN resolutions, and the legal crisis created by the GPRA's diplomatic strategy made the war unwinnable for France politically. French President Charles de Gaulle, facing international isolation and domestic exhaustion, realized he could no longer refuse to negotiate. He was forced to deal with the GPRA as the political representative of the Algerian people. The subsequent negotiations resulted in the Evian Accords in 1962, which formally granted Algeria independence based on a referendum. Conclusion. The GPRA's success demonstrates that for a government in exile seeking external self-determination, the strategic use of international legal principles, like the right to self-determination and IHL, and aggressive diplomatic lobbying, can be a more decisive tool than military force alone. The GPRA's non-military strategy secured the legitimacy and recognition necessary to move the conflict from the battlefield to the negotiation table, which was the final step toward independence.
I hope you listen carefully. These are in Africa. For those who are gullible one Nigeria, who need to go and listen to Madam Kemi of Yoruba of Oduduwa Nation, that lady, go and listen to her. She understands the meaning of our declaration and what it means in the eyes of the international global community. And is also advising those that are laughing that they are going to cry at last. When had I not hit all of them? The people like Jovica, the stupid, idiotic man who are making mockery of himself on social media today, who don't know who Christ he claimed that he worship, that he pray for people in the morning. Look at Satan praying. Look at the disciple. Look at Judas. Listen to this.
This is a critical distinction in the history of African decolonization and post-colonial struggles. The success of a liberation movement often depended on how it structured its political representation, as a government in exile, alongside its military wing. Here are the key African entities that fit your criteria. 1. Countries that used an exile government to make a declaration of independence, supported by a liberation army. These movements established a formal, recognized governing structure, the GIE, outside of the claimed territory to serve as the diplomatic face of the nation, while the military wing fought on the ground. Entity/country. Exile government name. Liberation army name. Exile location. Outcome/status. Algeria. Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA. National Liberation Army, ALN, part of the FLN. Tunis, Tunisia, and Cairo, Egypt.
Do you hear it? Namibia run into two places in exile. They run into Tunisia. They run to Egypt. When it's happened like South Africa, we bombard them and arrested all the government in exile. The first place they went to is in Tunisia. The last place they stay is where? Cairo, Egypt. Are you hearing it? Today, the government is in America. Whether you like it or not, they are everywhere in the world. That is why I want you to understand for you to have something to use to debunk the lies of people like Go247, people like all this world over Nigeria in social media, in S-handle. What are you presenting in S-handle is my question. Are you presenting all this, trying to prove that their government is right with the backup of the international law and the history is not by what we think? It's not the same thing you tell us today, tomorrow you come. I don't believe in that ideology. I believe in new things, in new stories. Try to know. Now that time has come for us to know those things. So you can be able to fully back your government. with confirmed informations. Like I said, our line is still open for phone call in case if anybody decides to call. The number to call still remain plus 9733 6051 That is only on WhatsApp. Again, plus 9733 6051 only on WhatsApp in case if you want to call us. Okay, I hope you are hearing it here. Okay, as you can see, you thank for coming. The people of Namibia was fighting for their freedom from South Africa, a country in Africa, against Africa that took them 24 years. What of other countries in the world, in Africa? We are talking about our current African people. Let's leave Europe alone for this matter. Talk about Africa.
Successful. The GPRA was recognized by many states and negotiated the Evian Accords, leading to Algerian independence in 1962.
You hear it? From 54 to 1962, how many years that Algeria fought for them to have their own country with the government in exile?
Western Sahara, Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, Polisario Front, also the political movement, Tindouf refugee camps, Algeria, partially successful, proclaimed independence.
Do you hear it now? This Sahara, they have the government in exile. We are Algeria. Look at Algeria that have the government in exile in Tunisia and Egypt. Now Sahara have their own. The government in exile. We are in Algeria. Algeria accommodated them. After they have got their own, they give them their place to stay. Like what America is doing today, allowing us to have our government, Deputy Prime Minister Ngozi Arabeze, living in America. Look at it. What happened in the past? Africa give his fellow Africa chance to stay and fight for self-determination under external of having a new country of their own. These are the things that happen in this world. So let people not see it that having a Biafra government in exile is not possible to get to Biafra. Come homeland now. Are you getting it? So because when they talk about this Biafra government in exile, it looks like something that has never come in existence in the life before. That nobody has implemented that. That is why I'm trying to bring it out to you so you can have evidence to face those gullibles in any way you catches them.
1976. Recognized by over 80 UN states and is a full member of the African Union, AU, continues the struggle for full sovereignty against Morocco. Key strategy.
They continue what? To fight against Morocco. Till today, after all these UN members giving recognition, over 80, what happened? Does it end? It never end though. Morocco, people of Sahara today. A lot is going on. So we know that it's not easy. But what happened? The people of what Sahara has achieved the recognition once the member of the UN give recognition. If Morocco tries anything now, they will sanction them.
In both cases, the Declaration of Independence by the government in exile, GPRA in 1958, SADR in 1976, transformed the conflict from a local insurrection into a political war between two sovereign or quasi-sovereign entities, forcing international engagement. 2. Countries that used the Liberation Army and gained international recognition without a formal government in exile. These movements had external political missions that gained vast international support and were recognized as the sole representative of the people. But they did not always formally declare themselves a provisional government in exile prior to taking power. Entity/country. Liberation movement name. Military wing name, if separate. Primary external base. Outcome/status. Namibia. Southwest Africa People's Organization. SWAPO. People's Liberation Army of Namibia. Plan. Zambia, Angola.
Do you hear it? When Namibia also fighting, where do they stay with exile? They went to Zambia and Angola. Because Angola has succeeded in building their own country. Went into their own exile and come back. Zambia, Angola helped people of Namibia that was fighting for their independence movement from the hands of South Africa. The government is in exile in Namibia and Angola. We'll continue.
Successful. SWAPO was recognized by the UN as the, quote, and authentic representative of the Namibian people, led the country to independence in 1990. Mozambique. Mozambique Liberation Front, FRELIMO. Frelimo's Armed Forces. Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Successful.
Do you hear when Mozambique take their own country, their own exile government country? Tanzania. They form government in exile where? In Tanzania. They stay in Tanzania and declare what? They declare Mozambique as a country and defend it and got recognition and go back and finish their job in their homeland.
Frelimo led the fight against Portugal and assumed government upon independence in 1975. Angola. Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA. Armed Forces for the Liberation of Angola, FAPLA. Congo Brazzaville, Zambia.
Do you hear it again? Imagine in Africa, imagine how Africa is housing Africa. But the British look at all of them and tell them, oh, if you allow them to be able to become a country, they are going to create more countries in Africa. Why Africa are housing their full Africa to have a country on their own, under self-determination? When it's come to our own, it becomes lie and propaganda. I am giving you things to debunk lies that I'm bringing out to you. I hope you are hearing it here. Angola. The two places, Congo, Zambia. That is why I don't know. I want to be German Umoko, honestly. I don't know why I'm not seeing them. I want them to throw questions. I want to debate with them. Congo, look at it here. Angola, in two places. Where do they achieve their own? Congo, Brazzaville, Zambia. Africa helped their fellow Africa to achieve their recognition, to make a declaration, and today they all are a country where, as some of our brothers are there, they are talking down on the United States of your government in exile. Just continue.
Successful. MPLA.
Doing successful. How many achieve? And what? They use a group, they use organization. This particular of this Mozambique, what? In 1975, they achieved it. Look at people who could have first achieved our declaration, or maybe recognition, or maybe we could have even housing many of them. Do you understand it? But the hatred, the envy, the jealousness, the greedy from our people, betrayer, the saboteurs in the midst of us, the Ifajun at them, help British to accomplish their mission. It shall never be well with any of them.
Portugal, and assumed government upon independence in 1975. South Africa, African National Congress, ANC, Umkhonto we Sizwe, MK. Zambia, Tanzania, external mission, successful. The ANC's external mission achieved overwhelming international recognition, leading to sanctions and the end of apartheid in 1994.
Are you hearing it?
Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. EPLF's armed forces, operated primarily from Sudan.
Do you hear it? When Eritrea is fighting from Ethiopia, who housing them? To give them for the Sudan, that today determined to waste the life of Southern Sudaners. Imagine how stupid some of our people are. Eritrea from Ethiopia. When Ethiopia come after their leaders, they run into, imagine Sudan, that today are buying people of South Sudan. Recognize, give Eritrea. They even also, they are among number one people that recognize them. Chai. In 1991, they achieved the recognition.
Successful, fought for independence from Ethiopia, not a colonial power.
Not a colonial
in
power.
1991.
Like we,
The
Biafra
EPLF
people
won the
fighting
war
from
and led the-
Nigeria. And the Umoko see it as a crime. They see this as what? As a crime. They see it as what? As a crime. Chai.
country to independence after a referendum. Key strategy. These groups relied on the Organization of African Unity, OAU per astronomical unit, and the United Nations, UN, to officially designate them as national liberation movements, NLMs. This special status, often formalized through resolutions, granted them the diplomatic recognition and access, e.g., observer status at the UN, needed to isolate the opposing regime and secure external funding and military aid. You can learn more about the diplomatic struggles of the ANC in African liberation, the historical and contemporary significance of rediscovered nationalists speak. YouTube video views will be stored in your YouTube history, and your data will be stored and used by YouTube according to its terms of service.
I hope you have listened. But the question is, why did this Africa organization, after betraying Biafran people in 1967, 1970, then in 1973, they start bringing new countries more? Imagine such a thing. This Africa organization, OAU, why do they betray Biafran people? Accepted the wrong advice, the lies that British told them. Check now, after 1967, 1970, then in 1973, Eritrea come and they endorse them. UN endorse them. Do you know why I'm angry with the UN? UN is not in Britain, rather it's in America. How could there be this kind of careless and this kind of evil? Today, the Amina Mohammed, that lady is there. People are dying every day and she's doing nothing. Because Nigeria is paying you money. Nigeria open a dollar account in other country for you and they're sponsoring you, paying you, and you mute like. But let what is happening to the other people's children, let it happen to your own children. If you have ever married, if you're a woman, really. So my people, like I said, we are going to end it here. This is exactly 1:34 a.m. Here I am. So we're going to draw the curtain here until tomorrow. The only thing that we can wait for now, if you see a phone call from our people, then we will give chance to that. But if you are not, let us show the world the videos of why the Biafran people have made official declaration. We have re-declared Biafra. Call it what? United States of Biafra right now. We are seeking this recognition that you give countries in Africa. That is only what we are looking for now. We are the solution. We are the permanent, everlasting solution to what is going on in Nigeria. Because America, Israel, Sweden, Canada, Norway, Australia, these men will soon attack all of you. They want to make Nigeria a safe haven, where from here they send their missile to you people. Biafra will end this sending missile of Boko Haram in Nigeria, because we are the one to help you to stop this movement. I think we have a phone call. Oh, Mazuche. Mazuche, are you still awake by now? Good evening from here.
Good evening, my brother. I'm a land. I'm a gun with it. No, either on then do there.
Yes.
Or gather Biafra or life or death. So they had not got any horn. You're here on a break where you're here on the ready on your one, on your one. My brother, God bless you. I swear. Over name where somebody like you like fall like this. Eh? I gotta go far. I want to this useless man on a move for 235 for 7 go 247. A fool. Onye agụrụ ada wee freedom fighter nọ na-aya abagharị ọnụ si all this why ọ bụrụ ihe ya dịka true survivor a whole true survivor respect just na-akọ ọnụ gbara they don't tell us this ke vam si ya wụ vam na ga-eji agụ anyị na fred achị amaka ji ere agbanyị ọja wụ vam because he didn't show all this ka ọ bụzie sọni agbara ịgwazi socheti oh, the people around but don't be around now. Jabrata. If you go God will bless you every day of your life. May God bless the mother upon you. Believe me, this mother is a good mother. This mother, Biafra will respect this Biafra. Biafra will worship this mother who upon you because he has taken us in another new dimension. This is exactly what you call new dimension Simon was talking about. But Onyendo was saying you need only 100 men to restore Biafra, where only Onyendo have thousands and millions of people are following Onyendo around. Onyendo knew that all these people, no one is come for the for no one is ready for for the freedom. All what they are looking for is what they will eat. What they are looking for so somebody to recognize them so they will get it. But that's what all of them was looking for. God will bless our leader. God will bless the president of the United States of Biafra. This man is not the camp. God will bless the Prime Minister of the United States of Biafra. Prime Minister Simon Ebanjoko. That God blessed the mother of Biafra. Every time we talk about this Biafra is it's a mother. It's a mother.
Yes,
and it happened. It happened on 29th November 2024 to show the world the day the mother was delivered the baby. God, United States of Biafra. May God bless this mother, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. May God bless him. May they be long and live. My brother Chino, you see all these people, that is working around. Believe me, they don't know. Let people go and research. Like you said before when you was in Nigeria, you don't know about all this because no light, no internet. Now she travel out of the Nigeria, he realized where he get internet and light, and they began to research and seeing all this by yourself. Am I lying?
That is it. Exactly.
Okay.
Excellent.
That's the problem. This is the reality. And what of the those are here before you? What are they doing? Only just fooling themselves, deceiving people. Oh mama. Hey, Simon call. Hey, Simon call. Hey, I see Simon. He was talking. Hey, I go support mama. He shame all of them. All these hungry people and useless and dirty people. Sick. All of them look sick.
Eju mama want freedom. Like this modern.
For where did they use home mama to get freedom?
Do you know that? I never know. Adopted UN charter.
Yeah, of course.
That's inclusive in article 2 in bracket 4. Now this new modern adopted UN charter that they don't want anybody who use armed struggle to look for a new country. That they are allowing the country that those under external secession of independence that they are using arm to fight, that they will allow them to use their local law to judge them. That is why Omoto Osho can open up and said that Nigerian laws supersede international law.
Yeah.
This is under this UN adopted
UN charter.
My brother. When I see this thing 5 days ago, I weep. I said, what? So this is why Omoto Osho open mouth to say that Nigeria laws supersede international law. That UN said that on the level of international law, that the freedom fighter under external using arm does not commit any crime on international law, but in the occupier country where they are fighting for, that they committed a crime, treason, sedition, a common criminal. Could you imagine?
My brother.
There is a lot.
Hi.
There is a lot.
Oh God. Oh God.
That the only thing that can release this leader is when people he left outside rush to make a declaration. And the day we now come outside and they declare their leader who was sentenced or who was in captive, they declare them either president. That is the people he left outside. That is one thing I am begging our DPM. That to declare, I was expecting on our celebration day that in her top, in her dress, that she would do that. But
sometimes, sorry for cutting you.
Yeah.
Sometimes to say something, not that yes, you are begging her, yes, and keep on. You can also send them a message. When Onyendu have already mastered everybody.
Yeah.
To understand this.
I know.
Onyendu have already mastered people. It's not easy to even to try to put a president, on it, whereby Onyendu maybe she want to say maybe a president, maybe Onyendu will just come because Onyendu is a regular what everybody is used to.
The same thing with me on I begin research. that is the same thing with me.
Yes. But try if we cannot even only on the Zoom when we are speaking or maybe on fundraising. Sometimes everybody have his number. Our number is out there. Can also send her text message. Number. They say, oh, good mother. She listens every year. And there is nobody who will come and say to you in this world that is the perfect somebody. Even Donald Trump is not a perfect man.
Yeah.
I'm not a perfect man. There is something that yes, everybody have somewhere to even to hold. So everybody, if somebody trying to only somebody that is perfect in this world is gone. Nobody is perfect. So if everybody is looking saying she's not perfect or this man is perfect, if you check, you will see that the people that was in the front line before, you will see where they made mistake. Second, you will see where they made mistake. Nobody is perfect, But sometimes I believe that we should always forget this. I think Onyendu have already mastered everything. But you can also, write there normal private, normal. She can understand it. I say, well, even if she writes there when she sees not like, I think she will reply you. And she say good one.
No, geez. I remember what you said is true. There is something I write her and I inform her. I search and I bring out. She tell me, thank you so much for sending this to me. So she's a good mother. She's good. She's good.
I'm telling you, nobody will be the situation. Nobody. All these people that yabbing. Let me tell you, that woman, she just bring herself down for us to get our freedom. But everybody keep on some a lot of all this shenanigans, all this desperado people insulting this woman every day by day. If it's not this Biafra restoration, where this woman stand, none of them will cross me.
In life now, they will never. Yes, they will never.
Never. That's why she still bring herself down and trying to even to listen to everybody. Believe me, honestly. I'm not talking this to praise anybody or to, but the truth must be told. It's almost 1 year now. She's on this, and she's sitting top, sitting very, very tight, and no, even all the ones call themselves, they're man. You see how they are putting themselves lying. This thing where you are going to bring you for this today, for this what you are doing. When I know you, I'm trying to listen when you are speaking. When from this OP1 platform, OP1, you used to come there sometimes. Maybe just when they give you, you speak. So sometimes then you go. One time again, one time he said to you, he say you're having challenge. But soon you something like maybe I don't know that type of phone.
Yeah.
But one time you will come again. Sometimes if you are making your things there, it was like your own things, your own world is going on that dimension. Very fantastic. I keep on wondering who is this guy. Sometimes he don't come, sometimes he come.
Yeah.
Then before it will stop, that making broadcasts on your own now, you know. So God brought you like this day, you know. God, you know, all of you that standing true and firm, God of Elohim, God of Yahweh, God of Chukwu Okike Abiam will bless all of you. All of you, God will keep all of you alive. Believe me. God will bless all of you. God will bless. Only God will reward all of you. Not man, not woman. He said in Biafra we are finding. No man, no woman will take the glory. The glory will go to the
Chukwu Okike. Yes.
Yes. You know.
Yes.
So that's it. You know. Keep on, brother. We are following you every day. You remember when I told you about this man of Austria?
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
Now what is happening now?
You are honestly, Mazuche. I is why I thank all of you in Austria to making demand to get the right information.
Yes.
And when you said it that I should tell Biafrans to stop attack, I did.
Even we will march here on 13th.
Yeah.
You know, on 13th we'll make rally here. We'll go our rally on 13th. Even in where we are going in the Lighthouse. Lighthouse is like parliament for Austria here. To go do it on 13th. You will see it. Everybody will still see all this. You know. You see this Biafra pen. The truth must be told. Nobody will lie. If you know, nobody will lie for this and lie. This is not about lie. This is about of freedom to people that want the freedom of their people.
Exactly.
You know, most of the people that you know on this struggle, they are good. They are not liking anything. You see all these people that jump here, they are fool. They never achieve any one thing in their life. That's why they was taking this opportunity to use to make money. Biafra. All these fools you see. You see how all of them is going down. Last time I was in the True Survivor platform when somebody was telling him about this, he said he doesn't even believe on this man. He doesn't even believe on this man. There is one man before when Nandakala was. This man was even in Turkey. He was speaking about Biafra before. What happened? And he don't even believe. So this man, the person will say, let me tell you truth. This man is foreign. Forget about whatever. You know, sometimes when you find something easy, you will think
you will value it. You will not value it.
You will not value it. You know, that's why everybody is talking about Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, because she sits very tight. You know, that's everybody is something just trying to make mock themselves, you know, because they find it easy. That's it, you know. So that's it, my brother. Thank God for all the people for the good work for Australia. You know, Australia is a small country but mine.
Yes.
Few people believe into what we are doing. Few people from Nigeria, from Biafra people don't believe. But I'll say God will bless all the ones that believe that what we are doing and how we are gathering, trying to make things trying to let be like things. You know, God will bless all of them. You know, our here and other people. God will bless all of them, you know. All of them, they are doing a good job. All of us, we are doing a good job.
I will send you a message about that protest. This on the placards, so no get there. That depend on the international law. So after the program, I will send you the copy. So you will put it on your platform, discuss about it.
Please, send or if it's send yourself, I'll place on our platform.
I will, because we need to do anything now. Any protest in the name of USB government must be well presented with the international guideline that will draw the attention of those we are presenting to. We are here. We are all dead though. Unless Biafra. That is because without Biafra, I don't know what to do again.
Either dead or Biafra.
That is the only way we stand. That is imagine me. This is almost 1:50 a.m. I'm awake. I'm not even free sleeping at all.
When you say your time, you ask me, I'm still awake. I said to you, sleep. We don't sleep. What am I sleeping when somebody's on? You know, where am I going? To go and look for this beach woman in France or where am I going? You know, sometimes why some people, I don't blame some people who used to go and listen that I just have to check on in France. Because you know, some people in the night, maybe some people when they are tired from work or maybe they are bored, or some people they are lonely, they are searching for their phone, what to watch or what maybe sometimes they want to go there just trying to listen and just fooling themselves, you know. Or I don't blame them, but the people that are going and the people that have left, and not somebody like me to go there to what am I going to listen there? onye nka mma na-akọ nwa ọnụ ngazie na onye nka mma na ihe m ga-apụta gị. That means I'm a fool.
That is it. Thank you so much. I love this your call. Seriously, it's sent to my mind. Yes, I will. I will send it to you. I will. Thank you so much.
Put it in our platform so we can do it.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Remember blessed.
Thank you, my brother. You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, we have a missed call from our sister, from the Biafran military woman, Ijele Wine. Ijele Wine. Good evening from here. I salute you.
Good evening.
You're welcome. Yeah, no, I'm still live. I'm live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking because it wasn't even ringing out. It was saying call, so I thought you finished.
No. Somebody is on the line, so he just ended now. Before I call you.
Okay, that was why.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyway, thank you so much. I just came in to just greet you.
Well,
thank you. Yeah. Ekele nwanyị akebe onwike what else. So Biafrans on the comment section, I greet all of you as well because akwafu onye a na-agba obi aka enwike me. So everybody is doing their own
parts. Yes, their own part. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you so much, everybody. And my brother Puropulas, thank you very, very much from Austria. Biafrans in Austria, they are setting the pace.
Exactly.
For others
for everyone to follow.
That's a very good one. I so much love the vibe they are bringing.
Yeah.
So, my brother, Jisinike, Jisinike. So I heard one thing now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. One, to greet you, my brother, Chino. And secondly, my brother said something. If this life, if this our struggle, let us learn a lot from this our struggle. There are so many things to learn out from this thing that is happening. Don't ever take all your hope or trust on someone. Look at Truth Survivor. Kamado on a platform, when we discuss about this man. Now look at the response from Truth Survivor. When you listen to that response, you will know that response is coming out of hatred.
Hatred, yes.
Yes. Reason because the man Omego were associates with USB. That's why the man, the truth, did not sound like onye actually can't onye what an apple.
I'm exposition and care about block.
You know, they start misbehaving. Only that they cannot do something like that. You will see them doing it once they once they miss their step, they will start misbehaving. Doing unthinkable, doing unspeakable. You know, look at truths. Everybody, I believe with that truths. Don't mess up. Don't mess around. Don't talk rubbish. Don't, everybody go with truths. And now I feel no more as so talk. And now I feel no more that. Now, but ever since Obidoro, we somehow about USB. In a physical, this.
No.
Who will see this man the way Osna project and that talk about Biafra? So many things this man knows about Biafra. Even troops don't even know it.
Yeah.
The man now is the man is grounded. The way I'm seeing the man, I'm talking about Govt. the way I'm seeing the man, he is that is the man, the grounded.
Yes, now.
About the history of Biafra.
Oh, yeah, being uncle.
Well grounded.
Or when you walk on internet, when I research up here. Ian done name here, mamma, before.
Look at the one in the now. Choose a corner. There's a house was no
Google and paste. Yeah, I'm going to say a search in it.
Now, listen to this. To tell you that never you put all your never you put all your eggs in one basket. If you chooks have already shown that you can never put all your trust in somebody. But never you say that somebody cannot do something until
yes, now.
Because the human being will continue to disappoint. I'm telling you. Now, this particular thing in Emuba, tell me what is the difference between in Emuba and Mazi Simon Eba Neme Mbobido? When Mazi Simon Eba joined this struggle, can you hear Mazi Simon Eba? All this type of thing in Emena. What they cannot do, that is exactly what Chooks is displaying now. That response, the thing really taught me a lesson just now. Honestly. Because I was thinking that this guy, even if you don't want to support USB anymore, not only keep where calm, keep where cool. Maybe you to say me before, but all me put our knees here, they respond to like adult. He will never see anything good. All these affiliates that they don't see anything good from people that are progressing. Anything you email, they will just imagine the words will respond about this. I don't take a demand or the as not demand American. Nah. Whatever. We have been talking about this, expecting foreigners to join us in this awareness, to join us in propagating this freedom. Now, because you are not supporting USB, undermine what this man is doing. That will go a very long way, very far than what you have been doing for years. You Chooks. Few days that this man looked at him, about this Biafra will go very far than he gave for years.
The Homapan.
Try. Why are we like this?
Yes, now. It's a tribe here. Why na? Nigeria na Biafra na kuna iji onwa. Which do you put mana this two obona even so the counter zero okwu onya say na obodo ezokwu na na all the same how when they under this their laws we kwuo na once a new country being declared na ga enwe rebel those who refuse to work on that declaration have rebel. My happiness is na the rebel cannot stop recognition because no one can stop. I can stop in Finland now. But they did not stop it. So let them ask them say no okay. All these saboteurs have okay. Biafra recognition about rise. And here they may no ga 9 months or be in 12 months or where. That is all they can do.
That's the only thing they can do it.
But they cannot stop it.
But to stop it, they can never.
Delay is not a denier.
Exactly.
The worst is a denier. Exactly. So they cannot.
That's the only thing they can. That's the only thing they are capable. They can do. To delay it. Or not be in 10 or be in 12 or be in 12.
Simple.
Anyway, one thing our people can understand. One thing our people can understand because that's enough. Ọnụ mmiri okwu mmadụ na-egosi mkpụrụ obi ya. I nwere ike gaa na-ama ihe onye mmadụ bụ n'obi. But once onye ahụ mepere ọnụ kwuo okwu, people silent, onye ga-ama. But once ị mepere ọnụ kwuo okwu, nwanne ya ga-eri diriri n'ibu n'obi.
Yes, Keta Kodromana Jews have been having accumulated anger from Simon Ekpa to Ngozi Orabueze.
Very good. Very good. All of them have one by one. What they don't know is that anything I want to have against Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, in one way or the other, they are indicting Mazi Simon Ekpa.
That is it now.
All of them. All of them.
Because all the action of IPOB international law say when they hold a leader who is fighting for a freedom fighting and his group refuse to make a declaration that group keep him to be under constitution of the local authority of the government that arrested him, that they will judge him like a common criminal because of there is no atom of declaration of a new country.
Declaration. Yes.
Our program those that help Nigeria to sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB.
Yeah, Ima ihe kwukwere na ka na add the president na here because he watch again IPOB onye jiwe we all the name ejiwe George Mazi
Nnamdi Kanu. Yes.
US.
Yeah.
These two names, they don't play with all these things.
I said now, calling him a president will change his former status of Nigeria government, judging him like a common criminal, terrorist, terrorism, and all these names. That once you start calling him a president, that his status has changed.
Yes.
That's why I'm hammering on it.
My brother, you're not gonna get now. Or would they calling him a president now? But we will still be doing it. But then, in IPOB KG man.
Yes.
And in the case record IPOB KG record.
Yes, I know.
So now how Otosia walk even everywhere am I here? Like that. Oh, I want one day I there. Anywhere those documents will bear that title.
Yes.
President. But then it may be when baggage USB will be all IPOB and KG, but that one is Gadeba. The president of USB and when a fight is for his release. You understand? So that is how it is. But if I go all knowing here, everybody will phobia. I need a here name declare this USB. Then from that time, a declare everything Basara IPOP will stop. Everything Basara every other thing, Mama Soba, every other thing will stop. It will see one name USB. That thing would have clear everything Basara that IPOB as IPOB in that court. But because I didn't pay USB, then the IPOB that's again how man they wonder. And how man they wonder. I'm what I'm saying.
Yes.
So all of this confusion is what is helping these people to be delaying whatever thing we are doing. I don't know. They are helping our enemies, but they don't know.
They
are helping our enemies
for sure
indirectly, but they don't know. All they can do is short channel on a platform here now shout to Kembe, terrorists. All these things, they are helping those people, the real enemies, the real people that are against this thing. They are helping them because these are the things they want to be hearing. Now, give a pronounce every day in your life. You are pronouncing it in your platform every day. People, then when some people got batan on your platform for the first time, abata kahamara iyaneku or what about Biafra? From there, ana nuzipe na shato terrorists, USB terror, all those kind of things. So these are the things our people question. Mazin Simon Ekpa, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, when they kidnapped him, Otaka has pịakọbịa gbakasịa enwere grupu nne nna ya anya nwee grupu
Chike Dozie grupu Chike Dozie
nwee Chike Dozie nwee enwechara na the thing ọ dị egwu my people. When are we going to learn something and do something differently?
Exactly.
Now we declare that this USB now somebody nọrọ here na-eme research na-agwa that na-ewepụtacha so many things and grab so many people ahụ to go and get in decades they will never go and research to know about this thing. Maazị Chinua ewepụta time ya na-eme this thing and you will see somebody that will be in the corner na-castigate na-talk down on this particular lecture, this particular liberation Chinua na-eme here na-emepe people eye, something that Maazị Simon Ekpa used to do mgbe ọ nọ with us here. Exposition niile Maazị Simon Ekpa na all n'ọnụ Maazị Simon Ekpa ka m nụrụ Montevideo Convention before.
Geneva Convention, anụbeghị m ọgwụrụ ọnya ka m si wee ni.
Yes.
Anụbeghị m ụmụ ihe ndị a.
Ka ndị si na Ugo 247 si na ọ na-eso mkpụrụ ụkwụ Maazị Simon Ekpa, footstep Maazị Simon Ekpa. Why? Nke a Chinua na-eme na why are you guys okay? Anụ ya n'ọnụ Ugo 247 now. Truth, why are you criticizing this particular thing? That means mgbe Maazị Simon Ekpa na-eme ya, so you weren't even happy, you weren't even in full support of him. Because gwa m ihe dị iche na ihe a Chinua na-eme na ihe Maazị Simon Ekpa was doing then. So the earlier we know all of these things, the better and faster this our thing game can actualize finally. Honestly, because the IPOP can they show na dogakwa with name eji we tag on here. Is it not high time now you declare amazing abandon but I say that this US the USB now all ihe ndị otu ndị ma ihe si emekwe n'ihe otu ndị ma ihe si eme ihe lee ndị North you can never hear Fulani terrorists in their mouth. Also, people ndị na-use here.
Come ha circle of Fulani herdsmen, bandits.
Herdsmen, ihe ha na-akpọ. You know, ọ dị egwu my dear brother. Onye mere anyị ọwụ ka akwụkwọ mebiri anyị ihe a ka ọ gịnị?
Okay, ọnya ma na-ekele m ya mafere ofe. But that is our problem.
So my dear brother, thank you very much. Imegwekwa ya ka isi emekwe na mbụ. I gotta continue. What can we do? Onye ka ga-ahapụkwara ya. We'll continue doing it.
We must. Obi
ụtọ m so far so good. So far so good. Onye si na ihe anyị na-eme enweghị isi ka people na-esi ekwu. Ya bụrụ n'isi gị tie ya ka o nwee n'isi nụnụ. Ịghọtago, anyị agaghị ahapụ ụgbọ na-aga aga na ya godo na nke ka na-achọ passengers.
Ụgbọ jugoro eju. I sing even for over 4 days now, when I come across of all these countries in Africa, over 27 countries use Exile government to get the declaration. Over 27. Then as of today, I bring out 10. And out of that 10, I find out 5 that exactly what our government is doing now is what they did in their own time. People like Algeria in 1954 to 1962. Once they make their declaration, they told their army cease fire. We are no longer into armed struggle. We want to adopt three measurements. What do they adopt? They adopt diplomatic, legal, political, and to use some NGOs that are not into under government, like this man from Austria, to push their movement. And they said that under UN, do you know that the UN is very trickish? When you have UN since all this why UN charter, I'm about adopted UN charter. Adopted UN charter. Now, even Article 2, bracket 4. You will about adopted UN charter. A man na UN separate and here was a self-determination when it's come to external secession of independence. Yeah, to Biafran push when I fight against Nigeria. Now, in Nigeria power. Now, what any of us who are doing that, they should do us what they like with Nigeria law. That is what gives them some more power.
No wonder all these silence had the
yes. They give them power when they did this UN adopted charter. Jesus, I said what? So this is why Omoto Osho can say that Nigeria laws supersede international law. Believe you, UN no separate so now even now UN and okay, it's in here now when it's come to foreign that people are in charge. Then why do you allow someone to be in prison now? Because he's in a foreign land. He's not in Nigeria. When you said that you don't want to break Nigeria to integrity.
Secondly, another question, why then are they not suing Nigeria for violating the law Hawajibaka signed?
About Kenya. Nigeria.
About Kenya.
Yes.
That one was a separate case on its own.
Yes. And on that particular case, you can set Mazen and the Kano free. Now anything attack there today.
Exactly. But you know what? When no, you get clear.
That is the thing.
If you go, I all the time. There was the end with the so because they were like a name put the ten, and the more worse. When we come together, Oga Kara easier. Mana onye ọbụla chọrọ ije iwu ọchị ehi.
Onye ọbụla chọrọ ka ọ bụrụ ya na-ekwu nke a na-ege ege ka ọ bụrụ m nọ n'isi. Once ọrụ m nọ n'isi ya ọ nwere ihe anyị na-agụ ma anyị prempe onye kwụrụ ọtọ agbatuo m ya sọ m ụbọ eze ga-akwụ ọtọ n'ụwa. That is what is going on.
Exactly what is going on. Onye ọbụla chọrọ iwu ọchị ehi, onye chọrọ ka ọ achị ya, onye chọrọ ka ọ wụrụ ehi ka a na-achị ya, onye ọbụla chọrọ iwu ọchị ehi. Very soon.
My happiness is when our government maintain the international criteria so much. That is just my happiness with the first. Because the problem na only one thing this international global community. And in the last word from the mouth of Chukwemeka Ojukwu, us that Biafra will come from the diaspora. Now the international community is where Biafra will come, not from the local area of our Nigeria again, not from the diaspora. That is why
everything. They from Nigeria.
Attach your man
justice and everything. Oh, when he came, or the easy. He believe you agbara gị gbatu.
Ozugbo.
He believe you agbara gị gbatu. So he can never. Onye ọbụla ka na-eche echiche that come to Nigeria and do it. You are just a Joseph.
All the evidence is there. Ọkwa asị Chukwuemeka we have form or party ka ọ wee jebezie ka ọ form party arọbishi ọkwara form ọzọ. Everything we
said all of these things.
Hello.
They want you. Even though your Jews are calling on this, thinking that I am about this story. We know all of these things. Now I'm not return these things to get one
political party. That is why about when you have IPOB organized political pressure of one Nigeria. I turn IPOB into political pressure. Okay, IPOB no shine the Boko Haram na north.
And from there, I get rubbish anything Basara Biafra freedom. Pay my make a teach in politics. Finally.
If you don't in a house, I suspend the agos. Yes.
Ojukwu again to zone anything. Now these people. So
let them know that we know everything.
The way USB is going now, whenever you know whenever I listen to you, I see USB in the picture. On a given joy. It gives me a lot.
Our DPM na jump my money into the government. And say I know, but I do research.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
I do research.
So I really thank God that they are following up.
Exactly criteria of Algeria. What Algeria did is what we are doing right now.
International templates, yeah. So, thank you so much. Ojikwana here.
Always mamma, it's okay. Because I never have for long. Here, maybe 1 hour, 2 hours. So today on from 9.
I know.
Because now lot of things is boiling within me that people. I'm not turn down at the question. No, na neku jam 1-on-1. Can you whatever time figure where start the question?
Timing. Anyway, I can agree on one platform. Yes. Otherwise, one of them would the question now put that and will the grounded like you, if put that Zion bound. Honestly, it will open their brain and eyes. Better timing.
There's no problem. We continue. We continue. Yeah, thank you so much for calling. Thank you so much. I'm still here. Yeah. I have one thing I want to play. Yes, Biafran people. I want to do one thing before I will call it a day today, before I end the program. When this issue, I want you to understand the issue of our declaration. How that declaration serves Simon Ekpa. That they did not give him life sentence or they did not hand him over to Nigeria. And what IPOB did on Mazen Nandekan. And why, when we said calling him officially, our government pronouncing Mazen Kano as the president neutralize everything that Nigeria sentenced him for is important. Listen to this.
This is a question about the intersection of law, politics, and historical timing.
Listen, this is a question of what? Law, political, and the historical timing. Now, with our problem of Mazen Nandekan. This is instructions of the law, political, and the historical timing. We must time this time to free Mazen Nandekan, to change his status with immediate effect. Listen to this as I play it.
Between a leader arrested before a formal declaration of independence and one arrested in a territory without a declaration, the leader arrested before a declaration generally has a better option for release under a political solution or pardon. The key difference lies in the political utility and legal reframing of the leader's past actions. 1. The leader arrested before declaration.
The leader arrested before declaration. Remember, Simon Ekpa was arrested before our declaration. Mazen Nandekan, he make it open in court. I am not fighting for IPOB. I am fighting for Biafra. It's my right. On that word from his mouth has given us the mandate to declare him the president of United States of Biafra automatically. In fact, on that movement, he has denounced IPOB. Did he told you that I am using IPOB to fight for Biafra? No, he said, it's my right to agitate for Biafra. Listen, remember the leader arrested before declaration. Now listen very well.
This leader, Leader A, was arrested while fighting for the new country, but they were taken into custody before their movement made a formal, public claim of sovereignty. Why this is the better option? Political utility. The government that arrested the leader, the former sovereign state, gained significant political leverage by releasing them. Motive. The release can be offered as the primary incentive for the movement to enter negotiations, stop the armed struggle, and agree to a formal peace. The government can say, we release your figurehead if you agree to this deal. Confidence builder. The release is seen as a major, high-profile confidence-building measure needed to legitimize the entire political solution. Legal reframing. The government can easily issue an amnesty or commutation because the leader's crimes were against the old sovereign state, which is now seeking a formal political separation. The pardon becomes a symbolic act of moving toward a new, shared future. Example, leaders of the Indian independence movement, including Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, were frequently arrested and jailed before India's independence in 1947. They were consistently released as part of political negotiations, like the Quit India movement leaders being released in 1945 to allow negotiations to begin, because they were necessary for the political solution. 2. The leader arrested without declaration. This leader, Leader B, is fighting for a new country, but the movement has never made a formal declaration of independence, or the government does not acknowledge its existence. Why this is the less certain option? Legal stigma. The leader is generally seen by the detaining state purely as an internal criminal, traitor, terrorist, or domestic insurgent. Because there is no formal declaration of statehood, even an unrecognized one, the government has less political incentive to treat the leader as a head of a potential sovereign entity. Political motivation for release is weak. The government has less to gain by releasing them, as it can claim that releasing them would only encourage other internal criminal acts or insurrections. A release must be driven by external pressure, international human rights groups or other states, rather than by the necessity of a peace treaty with a defined new state. The struggle continues to be seen as internal. The lack of a declaration allows the detaining state to successfully frame the issue as a matter of internal security, making it harder for international actors to intervene and force a political solution. Conclusion. The power of intent. The act of making a declaration of independence, even if unrecognized, transforms the leader's fight from a domestic criminal conspiracy into an international political conflict concerning the right to self-determination. Feature. Leader A, arrested before declaration. Leader B, no declaration. Legal status, former citizen fighting for a new state, easier to pardon as a political settlement. Internal criminal/insurgent, harder to justify release/pardon. Release motivation. High. Release is the key confidence-building measure needed to start the official, historic negotiations for separation. Low. Release is seen as purely political weakness, unless compelled by extreme external pressure. Best option, political solution/amnesty. Pardon, commutation, requires more domestic leverage or human rights pressure. The timing of the arrest, before the declaration, sets the stage for the most favorable political outcome. The leader becomes the indispensable negotiating partner required to sign the peace deal.
I hope you are listening here. Now, I will play it again. Before we give you second thoughts, even if anybody want to call, you are free to call. Wait for this. I want to play it again. So you can pick from the area you want to talk and leave the other one for me. I hope you are listening. Because of this, our declaration. They call it what? Instructions of the law, political and the historical timing of Mazen Kanu arrested and Simon Ekpa. Mazen Kanu officially has denounced that group called IPOB by saying, I am agitating for Biafra. I am not agitating for IPOB. Listen again.
This is a question about the intersection of law, politics, and historical timing. Between a leader arrested before a formal declaration of independence and one arrested in a territory without a declaration, the leader arrested before a declaration generally has a better option for release under a political solution or pardon.
Do you hear this? Between a leader arrested before formal declaration of independence and the one arrested in a territory without declaration in the IPOB, claiming that Mazen Kanu is their leader, without declaration. But listen, the leader arrested before a declaration generally has a better option for release under political solution or pardon. Remember this particular area now. There is something that is in there. Mazen Kanu proving in court, it's my right to agitate for Biafra. The Biafra is what we, the United States of America, has made a declaration of it. We did not declare IPOB. No organization. So we have a phone call. Yes, sir. You go on.
Honestly, Maazị Chino, enwere one thing m chetere now. Enwere one thing m chetere. Because Ima, I na-ekwu all these things, it still boils down to not being together.
Yeah.
Ima, all these Mazin Nnamdi Kalu's lawyers, they're supposed to know this thing and take it to Mazin Nnamdi Kalu. By now, everybody stop everybody shouting IPOB. By now. Everybody dissolve everything concerning IPOB by now. Officially, Mazin Nnamdi Kalu should have known. I personally take that news or any this information to him about USB redeclared. By now, all we hear by now is allowed. With this thing, because now IPOB now is making it to be that Mazin Nnamdi Kalu is the leader of IPOB and he declared anything. Leader 2 and 1
yes. That is where he falls. That is Mazin Kalu now follow leader 2. Nandi IPOB will just make it difficult for his release.
Then look, Ajuji to the now about Iborari. Simon Ekpa, that is now the leader or Agaponi and Oya with the leader 1A, the leader A.
Indp declaration.
Yes. So what is that? The United Nations G. That one. Or are they not hearing about Finland that knows more about this? Why did they even sentence Mazin Simon Ekpa?
That is the question.
I don't know what that.
Yes.
You know, collective hate.
Collective hatred.
Chai.
Because of the present government of Finland is a criminal. And the Staub is in fact the most deadly evil man so far. He represents a second time of Britain in our life.
The hate will be a frank out too much.
On the kind of reason when I can say okay recognize Biafra. Kahabia build do another America. Now how they build another America? Build to Japan, build to China, only them. Now how they too talented.
Because I get follow law.
If we go near now, what I
get law. Any man to Simon Ekpa, are they not lawyers? Are they not seeing all of these things? Put from there. They should be putting from there.
No, see, program Ntagri, UN, EU, all these groups, both ECOWAS, all of them, both America, tag all of them. When it's come to a Biafran people, self-determination is a crime. When it's come to us, the UN that becomes a crime. When it's come to Biafran people, I asked that question. I've been hitting on that program for so long. That particular day, I'm asking these questions. Why is it a crime for a black man? Because if self-determination is working really, Mass are not supposed to be in prison.
At all. Because in my now is very, very obvious. Now, IPOB, they should stop.
That's name IPOB.
Nnamdi Kalu is our leader. You have not declared anything. Declare so that all Ghana what is going on. So many people need to research. If you don't want to research, but on a platform, maybe I research. Put one in practice. Because this thing you have been playing this thing, but today, all can make sense to me. Today can read the meaning into this thing. Because this IPOB now, Mazin Nnamdi Kalu, I was there the leader
B. I get this as a common criminal.
Yes. No wonder who never want to with the judgment.
Back here. Now this adopted UN charter, supported adopted UN charter. Kupuna Nigeria, that's women Mazin Nnamdi Kalu arrest under their law. They have right to do anything. Once is they are under the law of Nigeria. Then let me read one place out here. The leader A, was arrested while fighting for the new country, but they was taken into custody before their movement made a formal public claim of sovereignty that grant them a chance for international community to intervene into their matter. Now, leader B, that his own group did not make a declaration, give power to the arrested president's country to detain him, treat him like a common criminal, insurgency, rebel, terrorist, treason, and what's not.
Yes.
Is it not what the judge? Go
now,
on.
Mazi, let me tell you now, Ihona, to tell you that Ihona you is coming from Ndema about this thing,
Yes.
Because all these people that is fighting against USB, not to be heard, not to be
stand
mentioned,
as declaration.
not exactly, not to be seen as have already, I mean, true that they have declared this USB, this Biafra. Now, these people,
Our second IPOB organization.
These people, our leaders, and have
meeting together.
Something in common. And they have something in common. And whether they have careful that all their activities is always heading to destroy USB, make it rubbish it, make it to be useless.
Exactly now.
Because because these people are now the weight declaration of a country. How much weight here? How much weight? How much the That's why they use all of these people to rubbish it.
And let me tell you, there is a game Finland played. Finland, eventually, if international community dive into what of Simon, that's after the declaration, they send him down to Nigeria. Finland know that here they committed too much crime. That is why they told us that they know that we have made a declaration, but we should go and look it into legal way. Do you understand? If Finland is where by refusing to send Mazankan to Nigeria, being new that they know that Biafra has been declared. Sorry, Simon Epa. Yes, Simon Epa. Being the Finland know that Biafra has been declared, and Finland understand what declaration means, because when they have conducted their own in 1917, they know what transpired and how Germany and Soviet Union they come on the help of them that are white Finland who stand on the declaration. So that declaration is what serves Simon Epa. If the bridge did not make, if the Congo did not make a declaration of Biafra, by now, Simon Epa has been in Nigeria, and by now they will sentence him by death. That's the sentence what they give to him. So if Finland understands this our declaration, that is now because of the declaration of the USB has made Nnamdi Kanu automatically the team A, that his group make a declaration. Group 1. But do you see?
That was very, very clear.
Yes, but do you see where the thing rope Nnamdi Kanu now? Nnamdi Kanu on his own used his mouth to debunk IPOB by saying, I am agitating for Biafra. The Biafra he's agitating for was re-declared by the people who believe that Biafra need to be a country. IPOB is not a country. So only that word alone. When you go deep to that word, analyze that word, then you find out that IPOB has no longer anything. And let me tell you, I asked our DPM openly for you to know that all these people are loyal of Nnamdi Kanu. They know the game they are playing. They want to prove that Nnamdi Kanu is being released because of the effort of them in the court. Number 1. Number 2, they don't want it to be them to associate with us that Biafra has been declared under that Nnamdi Kanu is a leader of a new country. Now, if that one comes into their mind, they are also afraid that only protests, all of them was put in prison. Is it not true? So they are afraid of their life also. Now, when I thought that someone like Aloy Ejimako, who international law, know about this UN charter, could have, well, I didn't blame them because they said that in DSS dungeon, they mount camera everywhere.
Yeah.
They might bring the issue to let Mazen Kanu know it becomes a problem to them.
Yeah.
So they also need to defend their life by playing along the line as if they don't know that Biafra has been re-declared. You see? But remember, our declaration now has bring Mazen Kanu on the table. Do you know that after... Yeah. Based on the level of unlimited court. There is pressure there. There is pressure there, Mazen Kanu. Forget that thing. Nobody no gonna court. At that level. So now we head here. Look at what is there right now. That is why I said, Girika Mazen Kanu alog ya or na alog maka IPOB. Mba. You see, when I read about all these countries that have government in exile, I hope after their group have formed here. But once they have been, they are going to declare their new country, they abandon the name. The name now will be in brackets. Yes. Why the state name is ahead of whatever they want to say again about the country. Yes. Now, Mazen Nandekan on his own case right now, because our declaration and our documents that have reached in the hands of someone like Ibrahim Toure, that is what gives them leverage right now to come and talk about Mazen Nandekan. If there is no declaration, as here on this document of the UN, like when there is no declaration, no external power has right to interfere on internal matter of the arresting of a country that arrested the leader. Now, here we have anything to intervene into the matter. But once there is a declaration document, that is why Africa, in South Africa, in that their summit, they can be able to talk about Mazen Nandekan. Do you know what gives them power? Our declaration. Because he is fighting for Biafra. And the Biafra has been declared. Now, I know that one day, that everything about our DPM is doing under the decision of our leaders. Mazen Nandekan name is also in the document. Like when we went to Finland, do you know see his picture as the overall leader? I hope we all see him as the overall leader. So everything in between is now working, but the declaration of the USB and recognition. Okay, are you going to say because of Mazen Kanu is under IPOB that once Biafra now gets international recognition, no everyone Mazen Nandekan? It favors everybody. That is why I told you outrightly, we don't need to seek any opinion of anybody right now to openly, honestly, to openly call Mazen Kanu the president. That was president on the international global community. One, they said that this name draws pity and favor. Then secondly, that the name a president of a new country means that this leader has been leveraged from the group he used to fight as organization, now move into a country where other countries can intervene. Yeah.
I dey use leader. Our leader or the thing. Na documents as leader.
I think the modern day movement of fighting for a new country. It must be I think, don't worry. In the morning, I think it must be called a president of a new country. It must. They need their consent here. Because no get change status here. No get change the status of his former group as declared a terrorist. Now he becomes a leader of a new country that will draw attention of the international global community to talk about him, to give them leverage, the power to talk about him.
Who leader is president.
But look at he had a recommend only three names: president, prime minister, and monarch. They did not represent, they don't recognize a leader. Okay. That is why I'm hitting on it. They recognize only three names: president, prime minister, and the monarch. That is the three names they recognize there. They said that is the only true name, that this name draws a very heavy traffic to know why the leader was being detained after the declaration of the country he's fighting for, that he's no longer a member of that group. So our declaration automatically removed Mazen Nandekan from IPOB leader as organization. That is what it is. You know, I would not blame anybody because for me, because I am reading this thing almost every day on my own time to find one thing or the other. So it is now be boiling inside me that this is how it's supposed to be. I am not blaming anybody.
Yeah. Sure. Ọ ga na-adị gị ka uru na enwere ihe ị ga-emelipụ nnọọ in that aspect. Honestly, having known all of this reality.
Yes, on them sometimes. So they can know. Here ka Glenn how a big platform, be hitting on this every day like 1 week. It will sink. And the Obuna, my brother, humble lion, I good in all these things. Makachi, us na humble lion. They only link in and Obu no one. Link cable on my life na platform one my life. Obu na if go register that link, I will be sharing program with him every blessed day. That link be a good monetize our problem because I na pay every month. I na pay every month. And more and more, I never even monetize my own page because of agent monetizing Kayama. So this is
all live stream.
All live stream, man. I go every month.
Every month.
Yes.
Okay.
And I charge is going. Oh yeah, man. Humble I before. Man, I so happy I may spy. Also now for somebody gave volunteer for that link. My brother, my sister. I'm gonna platform every day. This is the message I'll be preaching every day because the more we continue preaching it every day, day in, day out, the more now sink into our people's mind. Because think about now, okay, we never gone programming here before, but you never understand it the way you understand it today.
The way until today, you are right. Yeah.
So
right. Today was very well.
There is many things to do. I think my server documents only share on air also. My platform, I thank God, is growing gradually. It's growing.
It is absolutely. Absolutely. People are getting the message. Honestly, people are getting the message. It is getting interesting.
Yeah.
Every day, it's getting more interesting every day.
I think go for na do say mo on any man my page. Na enwo onye mo him meku mo until ma be online. I'm na ekwu ya mo pay deep attention. Say na my brother, I have many things to talk, different things. I don't have one thing to talk. And when them kwesi me throw back on themselves, man enwo be chance of it.
No, you don't throw back because today's phone. If not me, I remember. Can't believe it. Even me before, but I didn't get this like Otrusi where what here today.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I have my happiness everything they save inside my drum. Even they save in my notebook. All the notes. You remember when you save wherever. And the angel save viable. Yeah, the angel save viable.
Thank God with this discussion. No, because so many people they quantum.
Yeah.
They are the first time. They may not understand it up until today.
Yeah.
You know, so
in fact, we are moving. Here, my owner, look at it. People of for Namibia from South Africa. Total of their movement before they can achieve their freedom is 24 years. After their declaration, it takes them 10 years before they can be able to achieve recognition. The people of Algeria, after the declaration, if they declared on 1954, then in 1962 they got their official recognition. You see how many years it is. Then if you also check Ethiopia,
and all this internal problem that cause this.
Yeah, I think for this Namibia, for Namibia, how on history, after Kahabe declaration, all the saboteur rebel, they wipe all of them away silently. Asna in the die history, na abro meeting of Fuebe, call to internet. All of them are full. Seize you, seize you.
In few years.
Oh, you can you do to Abu Jovika in America. Jovika, but can I history America by Jane Olia? The internal Cold War of America, but can I history?
Oh,
you don't
mind them.
You have to now call in a clear money, Jesus, in a coca. May you phone that Jesus Christ is a freedom fighter.
Better see now. Enjoyment. but ha nọrọ ebe anụwa ha na-akọ ma na nwụsịsa how do you get your freedom since ndị gị na ha na-eme ihe don't want it in peace yet they would not allow you to do your own to do your agitation in peace ị ga-eji flag jiri your placards ha abịa na-egbu ga-egbu then when you defend yourself your people wụrụzikwe ndị ga-abịa na-asị gị stop people are dying who is causing people dying
ọkwa na-eme na-ekwu ya ihe igbe ji ụzọ ma m jekwuo dị n'ala ihe iji mgbofuru iwe wee ma ọ bụ na ọ bụrụ na mgbe anyị nọ nwa mkpọ na mgbe ọtụrụ m nwa adịghị m ndụ banya nke ịma na-akọ ọ bụ na ha na-akọrọ ihe ndị ebido from day one of Maazị Nnamdi Kanu protest ọ bụ onye na-akụ ya ekwe m na-eji m na ebidoro from day one na protest Maazị Nnamdi Kanu elidri anọ m n'ime ha ncha from A to Z mana amịtaịsị mgbe ọ tụrụ anya na protest
yes chino akwa these people ahụ na-ekwukwe ihe awụkwa ndị ga-abịakwa na-atụrụ gị ilu si gị a na-eji mgbagbu aghara ọgụ
ọkwa ha nwa speaking from both sides of their mouth ihe m gwadebere onye ọbụla bụ na
na-echefuo na ihe mere ndị Naijiria ji na-abịa eme ihe ahụ unu ga-eji flag abịa na-agbagbu ihe ha ji eme ya ahụ ga-stop then when you stop you want your freedom so ebe ahụ ebe aka na-atụ ikpe ahụ sị a na-eji mgbagbu aghọrọ ọgụ because mgbe ọbụla iji mgbagbu ghara ọgụ nwanne emerie gị
ihe m gwara Jovika bụ na ebe ọ bụ na ọ chọrọ ịgụrụ anyị Ifeanyị Ụba ihe mere Ifeanyị Ụba ya emekwana ya nwa obere oge ihe mere Ifeanyị Ụba n'aka Simon onye nyere ego na-akụgheri ịmakwa na Jovika bụ ofu onye nso na-ego program ya onto ihe Biafra Jovika
ịma ha na-ejikwu maka personal problem or personal issue
hatred ha nwere
ha bụrụzie ya ha bata na the struggle itself
hatred Jovika bụ na onye Simon advice and being a good advisor like for my whole Simon what's the good advice that is what happened
and when they bring that their personal problem happen with somebody they want all of us to inherit that their personal problem happen with somebody in a struggle it doesn't work that way honey so but day by day I know after today I get where ndị ga-receive sense after this thing today
for sure I think obodo ka obere ihe na-enye moral ịpụta every day wụ na Chinefokwa at least enwetago m about 15 calls or 15 numbers na-echekwara message ma ọ bụ ndị IPOB organization saying that this they come across my page that I have educated them so much enwe mmadụ ịtọ na India na-echera program asị m na ha believe bụ ihe fallback ya mana they come across my page they now retrace their step back that is ndị ngo ọbụsọ mmadụ 10 like the program m ga na-ekwu ihe a na-ekwu I will not stop
yes
I will not Thank you for being here honestly. On our total like this, if we're going to share our program, on our eyes, I don't have more strength. Thank you so much.
Yes, we did this because
na kem one of them ku so ma ku akwa 3 hours. Ike abu mo na ekwu ya. Because mmadụ ikwu 3 hours adịghị. Mana akwere humble and sem na most kwere ike ikwu okwu. Mi ikwu 3 hours only me. Ihe nke adịkwa egwu. Zia na I have become leader of many groups, become a speaker in many groups, so I'm a cool more set here. What I need to talk.
For me, now, come on, touch people are very all these things which I held to mother, they are fake. But
I'm somebody where now. Oh, somebody say, Anna, Nehono I say want to help you above, I have big man, second back at the boat to a don't have corner. Because all you but here or big man or second back, hey, bam, can I go to her? That is who you are in this movement.
Good job,
oh, when you see, Obuna revolution last year, 5 to 10 years. Can he get social media about to go to Arabes? Because of the big one, let's assume that the struggle hold through. Now the story that the revolution I get take more 10 years, 5 years, what year. And go to Arabes, can he say about to go to Arabes? Okwu akwụkwọ ọnụ.
Before they know to before. Like about one day, figure you might no put up about this woman. Oh my God, he can't go for more. And when you say about she said something like
yes. Manager by
we are still expecting exposition from you in a channel. So now exposition always teach about Totongo's.
We'll go 247. Let's go 247. Nelo ya go to that man let's go 247. La true survivors. All na clear mo professor na social media. Koni agene kono la ko.
At a point they will be regretting. Can Papa Victor Zaga right no day. Anyway, write up but very voluminous write up all day.
No go say
now. Go 247. We go 247 or onye na share. But if it go again matter that Ucha Puana from some of them.
Yeah.
Because this person is somebody now with ego right up here and when them give wisdom. But these days come and see the mess up. The mess up. Otos in there contradict way and no. Anyhow, because again hatred abanane. Upon that, or Singozi or Abeze, you will not win this fight. In a Juzo fight about what? Fight with who? It happens here freedom fighting in it. Then I see Singozi or Abeze, you will not win this fight. So all the Ngozi or Abeze na fight is enough.
No, Ngozi or Abeze freedom on a fight. Oh, Ngozi or Abeze.
That is the problem. If we so
quality that declaration goes to put on goes to they will see every open equal Biafra declared the evidence the every social media, right? Only declared I will hear he's an job. Who made this declaration? Who is that person? Obuna enwe gra wrong now. Now about our declaration. Onyaga mares Ngozi Orabeze. So in the international global community, their eyes don't go to Orabeze so much. Mahamaro.
Ndị buy na like no problem but asilekwa onye isi. But mgbe ahụ ga na-aga ọfụma a na-enwu anya ha na-enwere ya anya ofu ịkpọ ya onye isi because ihe gaga ọfụma o mere n'onwe ya onye ya mere Simon.
Let me give you something. Okay, go on. Yeah.
The best and in fact the greatest thing. Now, Mama, how to put this thing. But anyways, the best appreciation I gave Dr. Ngozi Orabeze for this singular thing.
Act of declaration.
That singular declaration now, you know. I pray for my ihu ya face ya ababe na our currency. History ayezube. Ekwesịrị inwe face only declare this USB na our currency.
In future, Oga in future. I like that lady. Otine face ya na obruko more problem. So yes, in future. No, in future, Oga in future. Over now. It will come in future.
Yes. I am before. But
now.
All it will bring a lot of chaos, I know.
Yes.
So I will bring out this. But I will bring out this.
Someone like me be an obi. Oh, yeah, can I protest Ghana Parliament of Biafra, Wahana, 1 year declared Biafra, I chocolate currency and ego. Once we go back to Biafra land, after our first election, everybody has in here.
Yeah.
Now, all one Biafra land the protest. Because Mark and the free mail, open a government and I go on idea material. Protest and so
protest
right of protest abroad my rights. And the bank you want go so bruko. This is what the masses want, not what the executive want. Here you can make today. Here UK na-eme bụ onwe ihe population chọrọ nke aka na-eme ndọz ọrụ ụlọ. This also going to yes, that is also that why me as but I'm just talking too much this side. I am waiting for the recognition to land the kind of Biafra land. Or what country need them for Habia, not an exile. How many countries come out today? Almost 10 of them. Ethiopia, no government in exile. Algeria, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, Eritrea, Malawi, name them. Government in Africa. Once they got recognition, they go back to the homeland. First thing happened after the election, they now handle all the saboteurs. Then they now implement their law. ID card now. In the morning, my program in the morning about government in exile, authority of their work of the government in exile on the in the name goes to have under international law. That is the one I want to reach out tomorrow morning.
Okay.
About this ID card, about passport, the right under international law to do that. As they are preparing, waiting for recognition, that they must keep all these things ready. And then, example,
our driving license, passport, market, Biafra market,
even I was saying that the government in exile, now once they have made a declaration and have effective government, now have a register bank, World Bank are under a contract as an organization. Yes. And they have only 2 countries. Yes. Yes, they have only 2 countries, America or Canada. Never in a power for them to go.
Very good.
America or Canada. He had under international law. The Umoko company. I will come with you with fact and figure. 2 survivors, same them matter how they consecutive argument. A really can use the was yours the block or my block. Mbabble in a social media. In my honor, name education of a new country in exile. Now get register say embassy as organization. He get register secretary, treasurer as organization, not organization. He get register minister of information as an organization, minister of interior as an organization. He register a country registrar as the government in exile. Then the name of your country will be on top of the document. Why everything will be under organization. Umoko. Even away from the group, they post to put my program, post to some things. Oh, yeah, they post in a group, yeah, cause not copy and paste from Google. Oh, get him the word which you were Gamas and the Simon in the word film for Mehana Bares. Mazna the cannibal number 10, over to be number 11. Now, war researcher index. Go and check. Oh, Hinda Kanemra. Oh, Hinda.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And so, we must continue. We must educate ourselves to be ready to what to come. That is the thing. That is the thing. Thank you so much. I will close. This is almost 3 o'clock a.m. here. So at least I can be able to have my sleep, even if it is only 4 hours. I'm okay. Thursday, here I will 3 a.m. here. Morning. Yes.
Okay, well, look at you for
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
The key difference lies in the political utility and legal reframing of the leader's past actions. 1. The leader arrested before declaration. This leader, Leader A, was arrested while fighting for the new country, but they were taken into custody before their movement made a formal, public claim of sovereignty. Why this is the better option? Political utility. The government that arrested the leader, the former sovereign state, gained significant political leverage by releasing them. Motive. The release can be offered as the primary incentive for the movement to enter negotiations, stop the armed struggle, and agree to a formal peace. The government can say, "We release your figurehead if you agree to this deal." Confidence builder. The release is seen as a major, high-profile confidence-building measure needed to legitimize the entire political solution. Legal reframing. The government can easily issue an amnesty or commutation because the leader's crimes were against the old sovereign state, which is now seeking a formal political separation. The pardon becomes a symbolic act of moving toward a new, shared future. Example, leaders of the Indian independence movement, including Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, were frequently arrested and jailed before India's independence in 1947. They were consistently released as part of political negotiations, like the Quit India movement leaders being released in 1945 to allow negotiations to begin, because they were necessary for the political solution. 2. The leader arrested without declaration. This leader, Leader B, is fighting for a new country, but the movement has never made a formal declaration of independence, or the government does not acknowledge its existence. Why this is the less certain option? Legal stigma. The leader is generally seen by the detaining state purely as an internal criminal, traitor, terrorist, or domestic insurgent. Because there is no formal declaration of statehood, even an unrecognized one, the government has less political incentive to treat the leader as a head of a potential sovereign entity. Political motivation for release is weak. The government has less to gain by releasing them, as it can claim that releasing them would only encourage other internal criminal acts or insurrections. A release must be driven by external pressure, international human rights groups or other states, rather than by the necessity of a peace treaty with a defined new state. The struggle continues to be seen as internal. The lack of a declaration allows the detaining state to successfully frame the issue as a matter of internal security, making it harder for international actors to intervene and force a political solution. Conclusion. The power of intent. The act of making a declaration of independence, even if unrecognized, transforms the leader's fight from a domestic criminal conspiracy into an international political conflict concerning the right to self-determination. Feature. Leader A, arrested before declaration. Leader B, no declaration. Legal status, former citizen fighting for a new state, easier to pardon as a political settlement. Internal criminal/insurgent, harder to justify release/pardon. Release motivation. High. Release is the key confidence-building measure needed to start the official, historic negotiations for separation. Low. Release is seen as purely political weakness, unless compelled by extreme external pressure. Best option, political solution/amnesty. Pardon, commutation, requires more domestic leverage or human rights pressure. The timing of the arrest, before the declaration, sets the stage for the most favorable political outcome. The leader becomes the indispensable negotiating partner required to sign the peace deal.
Thank you so much, my people. Until we see again in the morning. Thank you. Until we see again this morning, because it is after 3 here, a.m. in the morning. Thank you so much. I greet you all. Once again, from me, from here, have a wonderful morning, a wonderful night. Thank you so much.